Hello, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good middle of the night, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the first ever International Low Brass Festival by Low Brass Network. So I would like to before we get to the performances, I'm Lester, the president and founder of Low Brass Network, and I would just like to talk a little bit about how we came to this. So Low Brass Network, our nonprofit organization, you can check this out on lowbrassnetwork.org. We started just under 2 years ago by a group of high school students who kind of through our own musical educational experiences saw how much opportunity low brass players lack in general, how instruments were wildly expensive, how in some areas very difficult to get a hold of lessons and especially very hard for beginners to start, which led to a mass decline in enrollment for low brass. Throughout the past 2 years, we've embarked on various different projects that we will be talking about later to try to combat this issue. So today begins one of our projects that we've been working on around the past 11 months. This will be the first annual International Low Brass Festival. So our goal with this is to provide an affordable and easy to access festival experience for all low brass players around the world. And also this is to kind of show off the capabilities of low brass instruments. So before we begin again, I would like to thank all the volunteers behind this. We have a large volunteer crew doing a lot of the behind the scenes work right now. We have great sponsors that pretty much made this happen and you'll see many of their advertisements during this festival, as well as all the artists, presenters, and ensembles who participated and also made all of this possible. That being said, this festival is free for everyone to access. However, we would greatly appreciate donations at lowbrassnetwork.org if you can afford to do so. However, that is not required at all. So now we would like to begin with a recital by Dr. Dunwoody Mirvil. So how this festival will work is there will be many live Q&A sessions as well as live masterclasses. However, the recitals are pre-recorded by the artist made specifically for this festival. So we begin with Dunwoody Mirvil with his pre-recorded recital. Dr. Dunwoody Mirvil is currently the director of trombone at Florida Memorial University in Miami. He enjoys sharing his knowledge as an instrumentalist with young aspiring musicians. He is also the current acting principal trombonist of the Thiele Symphony Orchestra. His performance resume includes tenures with various different colleges as well as professional ensembles, and he enjoys consistent work as a resident clinician, presenting previously at the Midwest Band and Orchestra Clinic as a member of the Seminole Trombone Quartet. He has also presented several times at the Florida Music Educators Conference since 2016. Without further ado, here's Dunwoody Mirvil's recital. Thank you to Dr. Mirvil for the recital, and now onto some messages from our sponsors that made this festival possible. So please note that during these advertisements, there may be some codes snuck into these ads, and these codes can be redeemed at these various sponsors places for example, free products. And right here in the first round of ads, there will be one. So feel free to pay attention to ads if you want to win any of the giveaways. And yeah, so the next session will be a US military band Q&A with Mark Thiele starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So feel free to drop your questions in the chat for him whenever you want to. Thank you.
Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again. If you're renting this, you're paying for this. Save your money for music and own with Overture and enjoy our unique buyback program.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
Well, hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here to talk about U.S. military bands and answer any questions that people have about a career in the military band system here in the United States. My name is Mark Thiele, and I currently teach tuba and euphonium, and I'm the director of bands at the University of Idaho. I've been doing that job for 4 years now, and before that, I was in the United States Marine Band, the President's Own, from 1998 to 2019. So, excuse me, 21 years in the President's Own U.S. Marine Band in Washington, D.C., where I played tuba. I'm here to answer any questions that anybody has about what it's like to be in a military band, the different kinds of military bands, what it's like to audition for military bands, and really anything that comes through. So I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Okay. So the first question that we received was why the military band?
Why the military band? There's, for me, and I think this is maybe a personal question for anyone who's in the military bands or who has been or spent a career doing the military bands. But for me, the U.S. military bands, especially the ones, the premier bands, and many of the bands around the country, have some of the best musicians in the country in them. So you get to you have the opportunity to perform great music with great people, fantastic musicians at the highest level, and you get to do that as a career. And then secondly, and complementary, I think, to that is the opportunity to serve your country. I mean, obviously, the bands are not necessarily fighting or going to a war or anything like that, but they are an important part of supporting the military, supporting our country. They provide morale, they provide entertainment, they provide ceremonial duties for many military and government functions. One of the most important things that we did in the Marine Band and the bands do in Washington, D.C. are provide military honors for funerals at Arlington National Cemetery. So any veterans or people who have been killed in action, we perform military honors funerals for those men and women. And that was quite an honor to do. So the bands in Washington provide support for all kinds of military and government ceremonies. Obviously, the President's Own, the Marine Band, supports the White House. So anything that goes on at the White House that needs music, the Marine Band is there. And the other bands provide support for all kinds of things around the DC area. So I think it's a combination of a couple things to sum up. One is fantastic music with fantastic musicians, and also serving your country in a ceremonial way at the same time.
Hi. So what is the standard of music in the military band?
What is the standard of music? Well, I'll kind of do this. There are some different military bands around the country, but in Washington, D.C., you have the premier bands. You have the Army Band, the Air Force Band, the Navy Band, the Marine Band. You also have the Army Ceremonial Band, and you have the U.S. Coast Guard Band, which is located in Connecticut. You have the West Point Band in New York, and a number of other ones around that area that are considered premier bands. And as far as the standard is for those bands, they're playing the highest level music that's out there. That's written for band, transcriptions for band. So it's the standard is whatever is the best music out there for band. And they're doing it at the highest level. I would say the highest level in the world. And so I think the standard is quite high. There are many other bands, and that question might come up. There are other bands which would be considered in the fleet system in the Marine Corps and also in the other branches stationed around the country. And I think the standard is also very high for them. The audition process for them is a little bit different, and their mission is a little bit different. But I think the standard for them is also quite high.
Okay, so we have one from the chat. So what was the audition process like to get accepted? And what's the biggest differences between playing with a military band and in a professional setting? So like a symphony.
Oh, so the difference between playing in a military band and like a professional orchestra?
Correct.
Okay.
And what was the audition process to get accepted into a military band relative to?
Okay. So as I was saying before, the premier bands, which are in and around Washington, D.C., and there are some other bands that are considered premier bands that are not in Washington, but those auditions are very similar to standard orchestral auditions. You don't have to be in the military to audition. You just have to be an American citizen. You have to be 18. You have to have a clean record, and anyone can audition. And so most of the auditions are similar. I can speak directly about the Marine Band audition. There is, and most of the other auditions as well, there's usually a list of excerpts and possibly a solo that you need to prepare for the audition. And then there's also a large sight reading component to the audition. So some of the bands have a component where you send in a recording first and then they invite you. But the Marine Band in particular, there is no recording round. You just show up and there could be 70, 80, 120 people for one spot at these auditions. And they're highly competitive, just as a high-level orchestra audition. So usually in the first round, you're going to play a number of excerpts and possibly a solo. It takes about 5 to 7 minutes. And then from that point, they will select people for a semifinal round, and then you'll play more of the excerpts that you're prepared, and then you will start into the sight reading as well. And so sight reading is a large component of these auditions because it's a very important part of the job in all of these military band positions. So you have to be able to sight read. And so that was a big part of my audition, and it's a large part of the auditions that are going on right now. So that's kind of how it works. And if you win the job after the semifinal and final round, then you will enlist in whatever branch it is that you have auditioned for. Now, the audition process for what we'll call the fleet bands, which are all around the country and some in other countries as well. They're attached to different units in the Marine Corps and in the Army, and the Navy and Air Force as well. Those audition processes are a little bit different. You play for one of the music recruiters, and they then and there's some things that they will have you play, and then they will end up, you're not auditioning for necessarily a specific band or specific place. They will put you in a particular band and in a particular station, and then so I would say those auditions are I wouldn't say less competitive, but the level of playing as difference between the premier bands and those bands are a little bit different, but still competitive. Oh, and then you asked about the difference between playing in a military band and an orchestra. Well, of course, it's very different. I think the standard of playing is very similar. Especially in the premier bands, but in an orchestra, basically you are performing on stage with the orchestra. You have a regular schedule of rehearsals and concerts. In the military band, your schedule is varied every week, very different. You're going to be doing concerts you're also going to be doing ceremonial things, and in the Marine Band especially, your schedule is different every week. You might be doing a concert one week, you might be doing ceremonies another week, you might be traveling a little bit. So the schedule is very different, although the music musical standard is quite similar.
So a follow-up question to audition process is, do you have to audition to stay in the military band?
I'm sorry, will you repeat that question for me?
Do you have to audition in order to stay in the military band?
No, you do not. Once you audition and get in, you are in for a certain number of years. It's usually a 4-year contract that you're in, and then in order to stay in, you do not have to audition again. You do have to have a good record of conduct. I mean, you have to have been on time to things. You have to show up. Some of the bands have a physical fitness aspect to it, or a weight standard, or something like that. You have to keep up with that. But no, you do not have to audition again.
Okay. How do you personally keep yourself motivated to keep on practicing even when you don't feel like it?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think that in my experience, to be motivated, you have to have something coming up to prepare for. So, for example, if you're in an orchestra or a military band and you have concerts coming up, you'll be motivated to practice for those. If you don't have a full-time playing job, then take auditions, make sure, go look for auditions there's auditions going on all the time for military bands, for orchestras, for all kinds of things. Stay on top of those and take those auditions. That's a big motivator. If you have a job already, and schedule a recital, schedule playing at a conference or something like that. That will keep you motivated. So I think there needs to be some external motivation to keep you motivated to practice. If you don't have that, then it sometimes is a little bit difficult to practice. I think that for internal motivation, I think you need to love what you do. And I think getting in a routine of practice is essential. Doing it every day, and getting into that routine, that habit of practicing, is really, really important. Motivation, I think that motivation sometimes is maybe a misnomer. I think that somebody once told me that amateurs need motivation, professionals just do it anyway. And so you have to be able to do it whether you feel motivated or not. So I think there will be days where you're not motivated to practice, and that's okay. You still have to do it. So that's what I would say about that.
So the next question is, what perks do you get while serving?
What perks?
Yeah.
That's a great question. So, and that's another reason, that goes back to sort of the why military band question. There are a lot of perks. Number one is full medical benefits, free medical care. So while you're active duty in the military, all of your medical, dental, vision, everything is paid for you and your family. So if you're married, if you have children, it's all free. So I'm married and have kids, and for 20 years, all of our medical care was free. And I think the medical care, for the most part, is very high quality. And all of my kids were born at the military hospital outside of Washington, D.C. We've got great care there. So that's first and foremost. There are other things like they provide life insurance. They provide all kinds of things like that. And then another thing is the GI Bill. Some of the branches, first of all, provide assistance in college tuition. So they will help pay off your student loans. Now, that's not every branch, and you have to check on that particularly, but there are some branches who will help pay off some of your student loans if you have them. And then there's the GI Bill as well. So if you're in for a certain number of years and you qualify, then you will qualify for the GI Bill, which pays for 4 years of college. And you can also transfer that to your family members if you don't need it. So that's a huge benefit. Another thing that we benefited from is just a lot of military benefits all over the country, military discounts at all kinds of places, from movie theaters to theme parks to restaurants to all kinds of things. Lots of military discounts around the country. Home Depot, Lowe's, all these stores offer military discounts for both active duty and retired. So I'm retired now, and part of the benefit of retiring from the military after 20 years is you receive a pension, and so I receive a retirement pension from the military for serving, and I still receive medical insurance as well. So the benefits are fantastic, and so that's a really big part of it.
Okay. How much military training does one have to go through in order to play in one of the bands? And does that differ based on which branch of armed forces you play for?
So yes, so it is different for each branch. The Marine Band, and this is only the Marine Band in Washington, D.C., does not have to go to basic training. But if you enlist in one of the other Marine Fleet bands, you will go to basic training. The President's Own Marine Band does not go to basic training, and there are a number of reasons for that. But you do, once you show up in Washington, D.C., you do receive training from some of the enlisted leaders there about military protocols and how the system works. And the other bands, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, in Washington, D.C., those premier bands, and around the country, you do go to basic training for those. And I think those are about 6 or 7 weeks long. And then you would go and report to the band that you're assigned to. The Coast Guard band in Connecticut, I'm not 100% on this, but I do not think they go to basic training there. But they do receive military training. So that's the difference between the bands there as far as the military training. And was that the whole question, or was there another part?
Wait, is there any reason for doing this military training in the bands?
Is there any reason? Yes, I think the reason is that's where you learn how to be in the military, right? That's where they teach you military protocol, military etiquette, how the military works, because it's very different than the civilian world. And then you also just learn the history of the military, the branch. And so whereas in most of the military bands, especially the premier bands, you're not going to be in the going to battle or shooting a gun or anything like that. You may be asked to do things that are military leadership, and so you need to have some of that training.
So the next question is, do military bands ever play contemporary pieces? And if so, how often?
The answer is definitely yes. As I was saying before, especially in the premier bands in Washington. So that's the President's Own Marine Band, the Army Band, the Army Field Band, Air Force Band, Coast Guard Band, Navy Band in DC and around that area. They are playing the most contemporary music. Yes, the bands are commissioning new music all the time. I know the Marine Band commissions at least one piece of music a year, and records those pieces. When I was in the band, we played every new piece that came out. So yes, we're playing a lot of contemporary music. All the bands will play at the major conferences such as Midwest, such as the American Bandmasters Association conventions, and they're playing, they're premiering music all the time from new composers. And so usually during the wintertime, the colder months, we're doing indoor concerts where we're featuring a lot of that music alongside some of the standards in the band repertoire and transcriptions and marches and all of those things. And so during the summer, usually if we do outdoor concerts, we tend to play a little bit less of the contemporary music, just because of the difference in the venue. But yes, they're playing all of the newest music from the latest composers. So definitely.
Okay. Our next question is, do you have a routine for your practice? And how often does someone have to practice in the military band? And for how long?
Okay, so I'll take the second part of the question first, as far as how often does somebody have to practice, and I'm assuming you're meaning individual practice. And again, that's up to the person. They are not telling you must practice 2 hours a day, but they're expecting you to be prepared. So they're expecting you to come ready to go, ready to play whatever is in front of you at the time. So you have to be ready. So just like in an orchestra, they're not going to tell you, okay, you must practice 3 hours a day or whatever. You just have to be ready. So whatever that takes for you is what you have to do. So there isn't a standard of how much you need to practice when you have a military band job. As far as my own practice, do I have a routine? Yes, I usually, when I'm not preparing for something, I'm trying to practice every day for at least an hour. I spend a lot of time on fundamentals during that time, and learning new etudes. If I'm preparing for a recital or some major performance of some kind, I will practice more. And so I'll spend some time on fundamentals and then learning that music. But I think it's important just to have the routine of doing it every day. And you've heard, you just have to start. And if people are having trouble with practicing, I mean, I think that's a great question. I think you just have to start. You have to work on what you are struggling with, and give yourself something to practice for.
Do U.S. military bands ever perform overseas, and do they collaborate with other ensembles from around the world?
Great question. The answer is yes. Most of the things the military bands are doing are in the United States, but yes, they do go overseas. For example, I'll speak about the Marine Band here for a second. Just last year, I believe, I had retired by then, but they went to play at the World Association of Symphonic Bands and Ensembles convention in Prague. And so they were in the Czech Republic and some of the countries around there. They did a tour over there. And in 2019, I got to travel with the band to Japan, where we performed at the Japan Band Clinic, which was an amazing experience. We spent about a week playing about 4 or 5 concerts in Japan. The Marine Band has been to Switzerland as well, and the former Soviet Union a number of years ago. And the other bands also, if they're invited to something overseas, they will do that. When we were in Japan, we did a collaborative concert with the Japan Ground Forces Band there. So we collaborated with them. That was a really incredible experience. So the answer is yes. I mean, it's not often that the military bands will go overseas, but they do it.
Okay, what caused you to start playing tuba, and what are your favorite solo pieces on tuba?
What caused me to start playing tuba? That's a great question. I started playing tuba when I was in the 5th grade, so I was about 11 years old, and I remember that I wanted to be in the band, and we had this thing. It was like an instrument petting zoo where you could go and try all the instruments, and the band directors were there. And I remember being the only one that could make a sound on the tuba, and they were very happy about that. They encouraged me to play the tuba. I wanted to play the saxophone, however, but I slept on it overnight and decided I would try the tuba, and I just fell in love with it. I had played piano before that. I love music. My family's a musical family, and I just loved the sound that it got. I love that it was an important part of the band that I was in, and I just fell in love with it, everything about it. And so I just continued to do it and kept doing it. My favorite solo pieces, some of my favorite solo pieces. That's a great question too. I would say I love the Concertino by Jan Coetzee. It's a great piece of music. I love the Morning Song by Roger Kellaway. I really enjoy. I like the John Williams Tuba Concerto, and let's see, some of the newer music. New Kid by Anna Bodsvik. I really like, and some of Barbara York's music. I really enjoy playing that. So there's some of my favorite pieces.
So, next question we have is, what does a typical day look like for a musician in a military band? Is it mostly rehearsal, individual practice, and performance, or are there other tasks as well?
Oh, that's a good question. What is a day like? Every day is different. I'll start by saying that, and it depends on what band you're in and what your task is. But I'll speak to the Marine Band specifically, and then it kind of applies to some of the other groups. In the Marine Band, again, I say every day is different. It depends. Like, so in a particular week, you might have a concert like on a Sunday afternoon. And then most of the band, our band in the Marine Band, is enough musicians to make almost 2 bands. And so we had 7 tuba players in the Marine Band, and only 3 of those would play on a concert. So that particular week, those 3 tuba players would be in rehearsal Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So 3 hours rehearsal for 4 days, and then the concert on Sunday. And that's pretty much what your day would be. You'd have your rehearsal, and then you'd have the concert for that particular week. Meanwhile, everyone else is doing whatever else needs to be done. That could be, again, like I said, funerals at Arlington National Cemetery, and I think we average about 3 or so of those per week. Could be more, could be less, or any other jobs, say at the Pentagon or the White House, or some other place around the DC area. And so that could mean that you would have a job on Friday morning and a job on Tuesday afternoon and nothing on Wednesday, and then a job on Thursday night or something like that. So every day was different. And so you'd have to come in to the Marine barracks, and that's where you would get into your uniform, and then you would take a bus to whatever job you would have at that particular day. And so again, every day is different. There are people who have other tasks to do, whether they be administrative jobs. So I know that in some of the other bands in DC and other places, some people have jobs like in administration or in scheduling or in operations or in library or in supply. That would mean any supplies the band needs. And some of the bands have particular people that are assigned to do that all the time, full time, and they're not musicians in the band. And some of them, the band's musicians, will do those jobs as well. So again, it depends on the season. It depends on if there's a concert that particular week. It depends if the band is going on tour. It depends on where you are, and depends on which band that you're in. So there is no typical day, which is good, because every day is different and fresh, and it kind of makes it very interesting. But it's also, you aren't able to plan ahead because every week is different.
Hi. Next up is, how often do military bands tour compared to like other professional groups like orchestras? And do military bands get transportation, or are they expected to arrive on their own?
Okay, great question. So I'll kind of take the Marine Band first. The Marine Band goes on a tour of a different part of the country every year. Currently, it's a 4-week tour. It used to be 7 weeks, and now it's 4 weeks in a different part of the country. And so what they'll do is they'll travel for 4 weeks straight, playing a concert almost every night in a different town, in a different region of the country. And so that means that you play at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, do your 2-hour concert, go to the hotel. Next morning, you take a bus, you leave, and go to the next town. So, and the transportation is provided on all these tours. So you travel on a bus, and that's provided for you. Lodging is provided, meal compensation is provided. So all of the stuff is provided for you. And so that's what the Marine Band schedule is. The other bands travel as well. The Navy Band travels. I'm not sure how long their tour is, but they do the same kind of thing. The Army Field Band, which is outside of DC in Maryland, they are the Army Band System's touring band. And so they travel over 100 days a year. So that's the same situation there. They're doing a lot of touring. So that's part of what they do. And so I think that answers your question.
The next question is,
go ahead.
Oh yeah. So the next question is, what are the logistics of transporting a large instrument like a tuba?
So for our tours, transporting the large instruments, we had custom made trunks that the tubas would go in, as well as the euphoniums, we'd put them in the trunk at the end of every concert, and they'd be put on a truck. And so we had a stage crew that would travel with us, and there was an 18-wheel truck that would take all of our gear, percussion equipment, risers, all of that stuff, and they would show up at the next place, and they'd be there when we got there. So that was pretty easy for us. As far as transporting it, otherwise, it's just the same as anyone else in a hard case or a soft case, depending on where you're going. But on tour, we had custom-made trunks, and they would travel on the truck.
Okay. Is it more often that military bands perform ceremonial music, or do they perform for audiences more? And where do they usually perform?
Okay, so that's a great question. So I would say, they all do both things. So it's hard to say percentage-wise how much of each does. It all depends on which military band you're in. So, for example, the Air Force band has a separate ceremonial unit and a concert band unit. And so that ceremonial unit is doing mostly ceremonies, and the concert unit is doing mostly concerts. The Marine Band, the musicians do both. And so it just sort of depends on which band you're in. And then if you're in Washington, D.C., there's lots of different venues that you're doing concerts in. You're doing concerts downtown, outside, on the Capitol steps. You're doing, during the summer, we're doing concerts at different halls around the region. University of Maryland, the Northern Virginia Community College, sometimes at the Kennedy Center or Strathmore Concert Hall in Maryland. So they're doing it wherever there's a nice concert hall around. And then as far as ceremonies go, that is a big part of the job. Tuba players will be using a sousaphone and marching, and so that is part of the job. But I think it's an essential part of the job, and actually a really good part of the job. And then other weeks you'll be sitting and doing concerts. So again, it depends on which branch of the military you're in, which band you're in, where you live, and which section you're in.
So what is the standard repertoire for ceremony and funerals, as well as what is your favorite piece that you've played in the band?
Standard repertoire for ceremonies and funerals. Standard repertoire is going to be the national anthem, Star Spangled Banner, hymns of some kind. So especially in funerals, we're doing hymns such as God of Our Fathers, Faith of Our Fathers, America the Beautiful, things of that nature. there are some ceremonial things like which we'll play "Hail to the Chief" for the president. There are some different shorter fanfare-ish type of things that we'll do. Marches are a big thing at ceremonies, Sousa marches and otherwise. The Marines hymn, any of the service songs, especially the service medley, we'll play that quite often. So I think a lot of it is marches, hymns, and military songs for those ceremonies. And then you asked, what's my favorite piece that I've ever played? That is a difficult question because there are pieces that I played, so many of them. But one of my favorite pieces to play in the band was Jim Stevenson's Symphony No. 2 for band. But as far as ceremonial music, I love the Stars and Stripes Forever. Can't get enough of playing that.
Okay. Next up is, does each military band perform for the president at least once a year, and how often?
I'm not sure of the schedule of each band playing for the president. Again, the Marine Band is the one that most often plays for the president because that's its main mission. But I do believe that the other bands do perform for the president at least once a year, yes. I don't know how often that is for the other bands, but for example, there are state arrival ceremonies, which means like the leader of another country will come and visit the White House, and all the military branches are represented, and sometimes the other military bands will be there. If there's inauguration of that particular year, if there's an inauguration of a president, all the bands will be represented in the parade. And so there are opportunities and times that other bands play at the White House, yes. I'm just not sure how often. The Marine Band is the one that plays the most often at the White House, but the other bands do as well.
Next question is, have you ever accidentally forgot something while serving in a band?
The answer is yes. I have. I have forgotten the correct uniform part a couple times. I never forgot my instrument. I may have forgotten a mouthpiece. That I think I did that once, and so I had to fake my way through that. But I've forgotten music. Yeah, so yeah, the answer is yes. not the best thing to do.
Next up is, what are the most difficult parts of being in a Marine band?
Well, I think it depends on who you are. It depends on what you struggle with. But I think that sometimes the schedule is difficult because it's not regular, and so you have to really keep on top of the schedule. Being on time for some people is difficult. You learn that you have to get there very early. You're dealing with traffic in that area. Sometimes for people, it's difficult to comply with military standards. Sometimes, because some people don't. Some people struggle with that. So I would say the most difficult thing for me was keeping track of the schedule, making sure I was there on time when I needed to be on time, making sure I had all that put together. Making sure my uniform, everything was in the right condition that it needs to be. So that's some things that people struggle with. I think, I don't think people struggle too much with keeping up with the music. They're all professional musicians. They're all fantastic musicians. So that was not really a struggle for most people. But I think those might be the hardest parts for some people.
So the next question is, what is your most memorable performance or event you have participated in as a member of the military band? And generally, what are your favorite events to play at?
I have a number of really memorable events. One of them is we performed on September 11th, 2002. So 1 year after the attacks on September 11th, 2001. We performed in New York City in the spot where the Twin Towers stood. So we were actually sitting in the hole that the buildings were, a couple stories down. And we performed there for the 1 year anniversary, and President George Bush was there, and he was a tribute to the families members of those who were killed. So he created probably about 3,000 family members who were killed in buildings or on planes, and we performed during that ceremony. It was a very moving day. It was a very difficult day, but it was also just incredible to be able to be there for that. So that was one under John Williams. We had a number of anniversary concerts when I was in the band. 205th anniversary. John Williams conducted us in concert of all of his all music by him with new arrangements for band, and he conducted, and that was an incredible experience. Along with that, he received the Kennedy Center Honor Award, and we got to play at the Kennedy Center for that. And I remember a particular day, Steven Spielberg was there, and right before we played, it's not moment and played the Schindler's List on the stage right before we played. And that was a really incredible experience. I mean, some of the conductors we got to play under, some of the venues we got to play in were amazing. We get to play a lot of really nice concert halls around the country. One of the greatest, I'd say one of the last things I got to do was play in Japan for the Japan Band Clinic, and just the response that the band received at that performance. It was an incredible performance. And a good friend of mine played a euphonium solo, and it really almost brought me to tears. It was an incredible experience. Things we got to do, President Obama's first inauguration, we played at, we walked out of the Capitol, and there were millions of people in front of us. I'd never seen a crowd that large before. It was about 15 degrees outside, and didn't even notice it because of how monumental that day was. Really, all inaugurations are an incredible experience. They're a long day, but it's an incredible experience. So those are just a few. There's a few. That whole question was there another.
Okay, I have the next question. It's, have you ever had what's the worst failure you've had at a performance, and what is the most memorable time you have had forgetting something?
Okay, can you repeat that for me again? You're gonna move to a different place here.
Yeah, okay. So, have you ever had any fails at a performance? And what is the memorable? What is the worst thing you have forgotten?
Memorable fails at a performance. I don't really remember any memorable fails, but I have, like I said before, I have forgotten things. I did forget a very essential part of my uniform at one of the for a concert, and I got it just in time. So there wasn't any big time fails though.
Yeah, so that's it for the questions. do you have any website or something that you want people to check out some of your work?
No, I don't have that right now. Just you can check me out at the University of Idaho, but also just check out those military band websites. I will say at the very end here that for people who are thinking about it, I think the military is a great, a fantastic job. It's a very secure job. There's great music that is being made in all the military bands, and I would encourage you to go to each branch's music website, and you can see all the different bands. There's all kinds of great bands all over the country, and they're doing some really great things. And so again, I can't emphasize enough how much of a great experience it was, a great career it was, and the people are amazing people, amazing musicians, and doing some really great things. So I just want to encourage people, and if they have any other questions, to reach out to me. You can find my information at the University of Idaho's website. I've enjoyed my time, so thank you.
All right, thank you for coming today, and yeah, that's all.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
Welcome.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
So before we begin our next performance at 11 a.m. Pacific time, I would like to talk about LBN research. So LBN research is basically the research disciplinary company that we run here at Low Brass Network. So we conduct various forms of research regarding low brass instruments to solve some mysteries regarding low brass instruments and share them with the Low Brass Network so that more people can be aware of certain issues regarding low brass instruments and how they can fix them. So last year, in our inaugural year, we did a research paper regarding the toxicity inside low brass instruments. We took samples from various different low brass instruments, found how various greases, slide oils, those type of things kind of affected the toxicity inside low brass instruments, why low brass players sometimes cough a lot, and things like that, and solutions we can do in order to solve them. So we released a paper on that. Please check that out at lowbrassnetwork.org/research. And we have another paper regarding another topic around low brass instruments coming out this year. So this is one of the various projects that we run at Low Brass Network in order to help out low brass players. With that being said, David Jackson's recital will start at 11 Pacific time.
One day a salesman comes to camp boasting that his new steam-powered machine can drill faster than any human being. In walks John Henry, a former slave and the best steel driver in the land. Standing mighty and strong, he approaches the machine and announces that he will accept the challenge. The battle begins between man and machine. The conditions become brutal as the heat beats down. The gathering crowd is stunned both by John Henry's strength and by the machine's relentless power. As John Henry begins to tire, he drops to one knee, but determined, he picks himself up and carries on, matching the machine stroke for stroke. Overcome with exhaustion, John Henry eventually drops to both knees. This time he is slower to rise, but even more determined to do so than before. Summoning the last of his energy, he begins to sing the spiritual, "Every time I feel the Spirit," and the sound of his powerful singing voice soars out over the mayhem as the final hammer blows come crashing down. At last, John Henry claims victory over the machine while, struggling for breath, he collapses to the ground. The mighty steel-driving man lays there lifeless, but even in death, John Henry still holds his hammer in his hand.
Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
Okay, next up we have the University of North Georgia's Low Brass Collective. The UNG Low Brass Collective performs 10 to 14 concerts each year and is made up of both music majors and recreational players. The group has appeared extensively around the UNG campus, Starlight Festival, October Fest series, Tuba Christmas, Spring Euphoria event, and lunchtime concerts. The group has also performed at the U.S. Army Tuba Euphonium Workshop in Washington, D.C. Georgia Music Educators Conference in Athens, Georgia, the Mid-Atlantic Regional Tuba Conference in Greensboro, North Carolina, and the Georgia District 14 Honor Band Clinic, and the Southeast Regional Tuba Euphonium Conference at Kennesaw State. Our guest speakers and performers with the group have included James Burleigh, Scotland, Mark Jenkins from the U.S. Marine Band, Adam Lessard from the U.S. Army Band, Ose Bosvik from Norway, Patricia Cosenso from Argentina, and musicians from the Charlotte Symphony, the Israel Tuba Duo, Albert Kadar from Brazil, Tom Holtz, U.S. Marine Band, Larry Isaacson from the Berklee College of Music, Michael Milnark from Innovation Brass, and many more.
If you're renting this,
right. We're going. Okay. I'm looking at the live stream. I'm just waiting for it to show up. But I guess we're going. So, hi. I'm in a room by myself. My name is Christopher Bill. I make music on YouTube. That's my main thing, and has been for about gosh, 15 years almost. And oh, I see. There I am in the little corner. Okay. Marketing ourselves in authenticity, Christopher Bill. Great. Yeah, so my name is Christopher Bill. I've been making YouTube videos for a very long time. And recently I've been going on the road doing master classes and talking about this specific topic, which is what we have to do as professional musicians or even amateur musicians when we get on stage, which is talk to an audience. It's not something that we are really trained to do. We're focusing on practicing our instruments, and we're focusing on our fundamentals, and we're focusing on not making mistakes and playing it perfectly, and maybe even making music. But there's a whole other side to this thing, which can actually make the music easier to make. It can make a better experience for everybody. And that's connecting with an audience. And so what I like to talk about is authenticity. Now, a little background about me before I get into it. And please ask any questions. I do have the YouTube thing pulled up. I guess there's a Discord as well. Ask questions wherever you're asking questions, and we'll just talk about that. It's as easy as that. But if people aren't asking questions, I'll just keep gabbing. So my background, I went to school for classical music at the Purchase Conservatory of Music in New York, studied with all sorts of amazing trombonists, Weston Sprott of the Met Opera, John Fedchock, a great jazz trombonist, Tim Albright, Paul Pollard, who I guess you'll be hearing from today or have. Yeah, there were so many amazing trombonists who went through that school and who taught at that school, and I was very, very lucky. After that, I did private study with people like Marshall Gilks and Ryan Keberly. I just kind of got all of the trombone knowledge I possibly could from the best people I possibly could, and I was very lucky to do it. But with that came, okay, what now, right? There was a lifetime to learn on my instrument. So if I waited until I was great, till I was the best, then it would never happen. And if I just started putting myself out there, then it wouldn't be very good yet. So what do? Well, I decided to put stuff out there before it was really good. I was really proud of it. But if you go back and listen to my first YouTube videos, they're not great. The arrangements aren't great. My playing isn't great. The editing isn't great. My stage presence or camera presence, however you want to put it, was not great. But I just tried, right? And I started figuring it out. And so that was my path, was to go that route. I was kind of on a track to get me into a major orchestra or do chamber music. And then I kind of shifted focus into the commercial world, looking at Broadway, because I was in New York doing that kind of commercial work. And then thinking I might come out to LA and do some recording industry stuff, or Nashville or Atlanta, different places that are kind of hubs for that. And I didn't end up doing that because the YouTube channel took off. But with that came performing live. It's this kind of funny thing where it was like, I did this to get away from that, and that led to this. So I started performing live a ton right out of undergrad. Right when I graduated from the conservatory, I was lucky enough to have help with Con Selmer, like basically just flying me all over the world, really, and performing live. And I was not a good live performer yet. And so I had to really figure it out. And that came with basically just getting on stage and trying stuff out. And again, I was lucky enough to have many bites at the apple and be able to try many different things to find my own voice and to make things feel good because at the beginning it did not feel good. And mostly with especially conservatory students or classical musicians or brass musicians who have to sit in the back of the ensemble and don't feel like they're in front of people. Getting on stage and talking on a microphone is not what we're used to. It's not good. And so I like to talk about this authenticity. And at the beginning, it's just faking it. It's figuring out what it sounds like for somebody to be comfortable on stage, what it looks like to be comfortable on stage. And luckily, what I do on camera is exactly that. It's what I'm doing right now. I don't see anybody who's watching this. If you're watching this back, obviously I'm not talking to you right now in real time. And I know what it feels like to see somebody talking and listen to somebody talking and make it feel like they're talking to me, right? I know what that feels like when somebody does it to me. So I'm emulating that, especially at the beginning of what it feels like to just be in a good conversation, a good, friendly kind of situation. And so I do that on stage with a microphone. I do it in front of a camera, and I'm doing it right now. There are a few ways to do that. My favorite way to just like practice and to start out is to just pick somebody you're actually talking to rather than trying to have it be amorphous. It's really hard to make everybody happy. And so for me, I really like a casual vibe. I really like it feeling like we're friends, especially if it's a live performance and I'm on stage. I want the whole audience to be on my side. So I can kind of experiment. I can take chances. I can take risks. And a lot of those risks and chances aren't going to pay off, and I'll make mistakes and it won't sound very good. But if the audience is on my side, it's not that big of a deal because we're all friends here. It's cool. And then when it does pay off, it's really great. And it's this like kind of collective, really warm, inviting thing. And I get to set that by just walking on stage and how I hold myself and how I talk and what I say. Some people don't like that casual kind of thing. And if you don't, the good news is you get to set whatever the stage is for you. So if you like a very professional, if you like to be taken seriously as a musician and you want to kind of set that tone, you can do that from the very beginning by coming on stage and just kind of showing people what you should do and to expect. That is kind of my whole, my internet connection is unstable. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we're back. So that's kind of what you have to decide for yourself. Who are you talking to? Specifically, pick one person are you talking to, and how would you want that to go? So, do we have any questions yet? Because I'll just keep going. I'll go for the whole hour if you let me. But
So we got a question here in Discord.
Yeah.
What would be the best route of performing to start off after finishing college?
Great question. The best route to, so I like to say, this is my favorite like claim to fame or lack thereof. I am the most successful musician who's never won a gig. And I think that's probably true. I've taken military auditions. I've been asked to audition for different things like Cirque du Soleil. A couple times have asked me to do their tour and their Vegas shows and different things. I've auditioned for a lot of different positions, and I've never gotten a single one. And I'm 31 years old. And I'm doing just fine. And the reason is because every time I'm working towards something like that, I'm very excited. I learn a lot in the process. I'm, practicing these things that I wouldn't normally practice and learning all these different things. But when I don't get the gig, or once I've sent my package in to wait for like callbacks and stuff, you just have time. And so if you are fresh out of college and you just have time, use it. Because that's the only time, like right now, I wish I had some of that time back. And I remember people older than me saying that when I was younger and kind of asking those same questions. So I assume in 10 years, you will feel the same way and be telling other people that. You have time to be creative, to make stuff, to get your friends together. Your friends aren't so concerned about like money just yet, where life starts to happen and you start having bills to pay and you start having a family or something like that, where you just can't afford the time and the money to just go do something creative, unfortunately. And while young and fresh out of college and you don't have that and your friends don't have that, you can get together and make music, or you could do what I did and just make music by yourself and just like keep that creativity going and make something. And one of the best things that I ever did, now I didn't know it at the time, like I was just having a great time, but one of the best things I ever did for my own networking, or whatever you want to call it, early on, is I had these quartets that I was writing, and I decided to do a little tour. I booked it myself. It was a ton of work. It was a good amount of money up front, but it made it back and then some. And I hired, because it was quartets, so I was going around and playing quartets, I hired 3 other trombonists in each city. And I just picked my favorite trombonists, like symphony players, LA recording scene folks, the New York Broadway scene folks, like literally my favorite players. I asked my first call, I was just, who are my heroes? And I want to play with them. Not only am I asking them to play with me, I'm saying I'm going to pay you to come play really fun music. You like one quick rehearsal, play the gig. Some of them even sight read it because we didn't have time for a rehearsal. And so from that experience, and of course, looking back, I can see now why it worked so well. It was because I was coming to somebody's town and saying, hey, I'm going to give you work, right? I'm going to set everything up. All you have to do is come and play, and I'll give you money, and we play fun music, and it's great. So of course, my heroes are like, everybody's going to love to do that. And now these people's first interaction with me, some young kid who comes to town, some hotshot on YouTube, whatever, their first interaction with me was I was coming and giving them work, rather than the opposite, which happens so much in New York and LA, which is these kids come to town and they ask for work, right? Because you're fresh out of college. What else do I do? I need a job. I need to play. What's going on? And so they come to town and they just kind of try to get the scraps that the first call people and the subs and everybody else can't do. You try to get your break that way. And of course it works sometimes, but I find, obviously it worked for me, so I'm going to say this, but having that time and energy and dedicating at least a portion of it to making something yourself, whatever that is, it's a brass quintet or trombone quartet or YouTube videos or your own little orchestra, like whatever you're really passionate about, do that and do the legwork. And it's way more work than getting a job. I get it. Or winning an audition. But every time I didn't win an audition, every time I tried and got like, oh, sorry, like we went with somebody else, I just had all of this time and energy, creative energy back to myself, and I could focus on one of these creative projects. So yeah, I attribute most of my success to not getting those gigs that would have been so nice to get. I would have made a whole bunch of money and just played my instrument. It would have been great. But that's the route I went. You can also go the route of like cruise ship gigs and theme park gigs. I just went to the San Diego Zoo and sat in with the house band there. It's some of the greatest music and players because everybody's super dedicated. Everybody's really good. Their chops are great because they're playing every single day. There's work out there that you could totally get if you're not too concerned about being like musically fulfilled or any of that stuff. If you're just like, I just need to work, I need to make some connections, I need to play my instrument, there's definitely work out there, and it's pretty good work. I mean, the cruise ship gigs, it's a grind. You're just playing every day and there's not a whole lot else to do, but you'll meet a lot of people, and then those people will go off and do different things and they'll hire you. Like there's a good place to start. And I would say if you're really not the one who's going to just kind of create something on your own, and you don't have the drive to bring people together or do it yourself, and you just want to play your instrument, those are pretty good options. Any other questions? We have a thumbs up in the chat. Thank you for the thumb up. Low brass thumb.
So we have another one here. So what is
Yeah.
the biggest difference between high school, college, and professional performances?
Wow. Okay. I've never actually been asked this question, and I think I have a decent answer. So high school feels like this is a social situation. Most of the people there are not pursuing a career in music. So if you are thinking about it like I was, you're the outlier. And you have to kind of accept that this is a social situation and I'm taking it seriously, but I can't get too upset when other people don't. And then you get to college and there's a very weird thing that happens, and I'll actually explain that one last. But everybody's there for the same reason, kind of. And the quality goes up. You can trust each other to do the work more, all of that. But I'll talk about that in a second because it's really weird what happens. And then professionally, it's just you take it for granted that everyone's going to do their job. They're going to show up on time. They're going to have their part practice. Like it's the opposite of high school, where high school, the outlier is you, the one that's taking it super seriously. Professionally, once in a while, you'll find somebody who's like, wait, you didn't prepare? Like, you can't be doing that. And that stuff just spreads like wildfire. Like, everyone knows the names, especially in like New York and LA. Everyone knows the names of the people who just kind of screwed up or didn't do what they were supposed to do. And it turns into, at a professional level, especially in those kinds of gigs, orchestras are different because there's auditions and all of that. It's still political, but it's less so. But in these like commercial scenes where it's just who you know, and people say, oh, well, I think Chris can do that, and they call me, and it's literally just this kind of network of people recommending other people. At that level, everybody can play really, really, really well. And there's really not a huge distinction unless you have a specialty. Like if somebody needed something with a loop station, they call me, right? I have that specialty. And it's happened a couple times where somebody way better than me, like ridiculously accomplished musician, will get called for a looping thing and they'll recommend me, right? Because I'm the guy who knows about that stuff. Other than that weird little specialty that you might have, everyone can play really well. Everybody's great. And so it turns into, well, who do I want to be around for this gig? Who do I want to hang out with for all the rehearsals and all of that stuff? So in a way, it's also a social situation like in high school, but the standard of excellence, or whatever you want to call it, is so high that it kind of doesn't matter. You might have a couple people who are that level above everybody else, where they can be like not a fun person to be around and they'll still get hired. But for the rest of us, it's just, are you fun to be around, and are you going to show up on time and play your part? It kind of is that simple at a certain point. Now, college, there's this weird thing that happens in between those two, where you are in school to get better at your instrument. And you know that from day one, and you kind of have this trajectory of where you want to get at the end of school and the end of your 4 years or however long. And this weird thing that happens is you get in the practice room and you do your performances for your classmates, and even maybe a couple public performances, but with the school group. Excuse me. And you give yourself an out to not be great, because you're not supposed to be great. You're not supposed to be a professional musician yet. You're learning. And we do this thing where we just don't quite try as hard as we can. And you'll see it happen in certain performances where all of a sudden you do something that you were capable of, but you weren't really, really trying. And so I had this issue in college where I think everybody does, but it's basically like, if it's for school, it's okay to be bad because you're learning, which is true, but you should try to not be bad, right? So in school, if it's anything for school, it's okay to make mistakes. And if it's not for school, if it's something extra, like my own quartets or something like outside of what the curriculum is telling me to do, it's not really a priority because it's not for school. And so you have these two things where it's like, you can take the school stuff seriously and learn a lot and get really, really good, really, really fast with all the instruction and the amazing teachers you have with you. But we don't take it to that level because it's school. And then there's the stuff outside of school where it's like you could treat yourself like a professional and do your own stuff and take that super seriously. But we don't because it's not a priority because I have to focus on the school. It's this weird dichotomy where we have 4 years in an undergraduate degree to just get all the knowledge and practice and do all the things. And what I see happens constantly is people get incrementally better just a little bit. Like kind of the first semester they get a bunch better because now they're practicing a lot more than they would in high school. They're focusing on it, and then it completely stagnates until the last semester where you're getting ready for your like senior recital or something. And so it's this like big spike at the beginning and then nothing, maybe a little bit of progress, a couple breakthroughs in your private lessons, and then right at the end you start going, oh no, I have to I'm almost done here. I told myself at the beginning I would be really good by the end. So now I have to go get really good. And if you can, it's really hard to do. If you can take yourself seriously at the beginning and say I'm going to try to just do that now, right? I'm going to try to get as good as I thought I would be at the end of my 4 years today. You're not going to get there, but you'll get a lot closer than if you give yourself 4 years. It's just this kind of mental trajectory that we give ourselves in a 4-year degree of this is where I am and this is where I want to be and I have 4 years to get there versus this is where I am, this is where I want to be, I'm going to try right now, right? It's hard, especially with all the social stuff going on. You're learning who you are, you're learning your own voice on your instrument, all of that stuff. It's hard, but I had a really great experience. I think it was my second or third semester of college. This pianist by the name of Yuzhou Wang came to our school to do her last performance before Carnegie Hall. We had this beautiful concert hall and a lot of amazing musicians would come through basically as their prep for Carnegie Hall because it was similar acoustics. It was right near New York City. So people would come through and we had $5 student tickets. It was amazing. We would see these literally the day before they'd go to Carnegie Hall, we'd see the exact same performance. And so I went, and this woman, I think, was 22 years old, and I was probably 19. And seeing this woman who was about to go to Carnegie Hall play this amazing concert, it just kind of broke my brain. And I remember telling everybody that would listen at the time, I'm not going to wait. If she waited, she would be a year out of school and just still figuring it out. She was obviously doing it from a very young age. So that was the one I remember that kind of broke my brain and was I'm just going to try to get as good as I could possibly get and make the best music I could possibly make right now and not give myself the 4 years. So yeah, there's a big difference between high school, college, and professional, but a lot of it is that kind of social thing and just breaking through. So high school is you're the outlier, college is trying to take yourself seriously, and then professional is trying to be a fun person to be around if you're lucky enough to break through to that level. Yeah. What else we got? Anything?
Yeah, so we have a question from Discord about how do you build a great network / would it be better to make them in person, online, or both?
I have both. So I would say both. The best advice I got about networking when I was young was don't neglect the people who are your age, because all of those people are going to go out and do things and they you want to work together. I still work with people constantly who I went to college with. And at the time I kind of did think, you're networking, you want somebody who has these opportunities that they can offer you, and people your age don't have that yet. They're looking for the same thing. But if you can build those relationships as well, those will be fruitful in the long term. I mean, constantly I work with people who I went to school with, even high school. So don't neglect that. But the online thing is crazy too. So I would say my trombone brass network is all kind of in person, but my content creator, YouTuber, TikToker network up until this year was all virtual. And I met a lot of them over the pandemic and stuff. And that's such a network and circle of friends and resource that I use constantly, especially when I'm doing like brand deals and different things where you're like, how much should I charge for this? Like, what am I even doing? Having people who are doing something similar is really important. So depending on where you end up, that's what that, or where you want to end up, that's what will decide that, if it's virtual or not. I mean, orchestral musicians, how many of them are actually doing anything online, like, and virtually existing? It's not that many. There are some, but I think depending on what space you're trying to be in, that will decide that. But yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah, so another question that we have here are is what is your favorite part of being a professional musician, and how has being an influencer at the same time impacted it?
Yeah. So at the beginning, it was the only way I had anything, because in the music world, I was young and I didn't, playing wise and arranging wise, like it was good, but there were plenty of people who were doing it better than me or longer than me. And in the influencer content creation, whatever you want to say, the video space, of course there were YouTube channels that had way more subscribers than me, right? Like I was not a huge YouTube channel, especially at the beginning. And it wasn't until I combined the two that anybody cared or looked, right? It was one of the most subscribed brass musicians. It's not one of the most subscribed YouTube channels, and it's not one of the most like amazing trombonists. It's both. And that was really, really impactful and powerful to have both. And I still feel very connected to that, identity. And yeah, without both, I don't think I have a career. I might have been able to do the Broadway seat on trombone or whatever that was. I tried a YouTube channel before the trombone one, where I was doing like skits and funny songs with a friend of mine, and that had some success, but it was a grind to be in a space that was so saturated. Like I wasn't going to be one of the most, popular comedy channels or anything. So, yeah, it was really interesting to have both, and then have some notoriety, and then have people who are really like, again, kind of cross-pollinating. So I would have my musician friends or heroes contact me and say like, I'm really struggling to market myself or make these videos to promote my album. Like, can you help me? And so I would consult with these people who are far better musicians than me. And then the other side, where I would have like, and I love doing it, I still do it all the time, but my creator friends who would want like, I mean, the easiest example is live brass on something, or I just did one for a comedy duo, actually a couple of them, where they make comedy songs, and it was like a Broadway kind of vaudeville style, and they wanted brass on it, so I played brass. And so having like these things where each side can use me as a resource, it feels like I have something to offer everybody, but it only happens because I have both. So yeah. It was kind of everything happened both.
So the next question here on Discord is, are there any good ways to try and instill the same passion you have for the instrument and music to other high school students around you?
To other what around me?
So I assume this is coming from a high school student. So
Uh-huh.
asking if there are any good ways to try to instill the same passion that they have for the instrument to other people around them.
Oh, to like get other people to see what they see. I had a professor, James Smith, maybe James Austin Smith. I think that was his name. And I think he was an oboe player, if I remember correctly, with the International Contemporary Ensemble, ICE. And he taught a class called music since 1945. It was like all contemporary music. And so this is a man who plays contemporary music for a living, and then came to this school as like an adjunct professor or something and taught a class on contemporary music. Living, breathing contemporary music. I didn't like contemporary music, especially at the time. And his passion, just teaching this class, it really taught me to love it. Just his passion, really. Like seeing his eyes light up about a certain composer or piece of music, or just like getting really animated about how amazing it is. It's hard not to feed off of that. It's hard not to want to see what they see if they get so excited about something. So yeah, I guess my advice is just to love the things you love so hard, and people will notice and want to feel that too. Like, oh my gosh, this person's getting so excited about this. Like, can I also get excited about that? So being as true to yourself as you possibly can. For me, that ended up being like funk music and these like things that I didn't think I went to school for classical music. Like I was playing concertos and stuff, but was I really loving the concertos? Probably not. I can answer that. No. But there were some that I really did like, and they happened to be the ones that had more commercial sounds to them, like the Erica Wazen, like Nino Rota, who did the music for Godfather and has a trombone concerto. Like there were pieces of music that I did absolutely love, and they happened to be the ones that were more cinematic and painted a picture. And so I found my own voice through that, and then I could get really, really excited about the stuff. In fact, in my I think it was my senior recital in college, I did half of it was just arias. And so like these are pieces of music that I arranged but had lyrics to them, right? So I could literally tell the audience, like, here's the story about this piece of music that I'm about to play for you. Like there is a story that I'm going to try to paint for you, and we can kind of think about that together. Like that made me very excited, and finding an accessible way to explain those stories and hopefully have it be fun to listen to me talk about that stuff and kind of make it, I don't know, just more fun. That was really exciting for me, and I hope audiences respond to that. I think they do, because they can tell I mean it. It's not just like, yeah, here's a piece of music, it's fun, I like it. It's like, listen to this. I'm so interested in this. Isn't this crazy? Like this piece of music literally has a resurrection in it. Let's see if you can hear it. You know, like that. If I'm excited about it, they'll be excited about it. What else we got?
So another question from Discord is, would you ever make a tutorial on a easy/simplified workflow for creating split screen trombone video for beginners?
For making their own split screen videos with trombone? Yes. Yeah. I mean, that sounds great. I did a bunch of tutorials for like virtual choirs during the beginning of the pandemic, where everyone was trying to figure that out, all music teachers all over, and I have some templates on how to do it in Adobe Premiere. The issue is, like, I think a lot of people are trying to do it on their phones now, but when I started, it was right on the cusp of smartphones being able to do everything, and so I had like a little video camera and I had to figure it out on my computer. So all of my tutorials are using like Adobe Premiere and these different like professional editing softwares. But that said, yeah, I mean, it's a process. There's a reason not everybody does it. And even if you have the technical skills to physically do it, it might sound bad, or the arrangement has to be good. Like there's a lot that goes into it. And then kind of bringing it back to this perceived authenticity topic, there is this thing that happens, which is even if you play something like perfectly in time and in tune, it just sounds kind of robotic and bad, and you have to learn from the editing side what sounds good and what sounds like what you want it to sound like all along, and that might not be perfect. And but it's certainly not out of tune. Like there's a lot more wiggle room than I think we expect in that. And so in the editing room, I spend a lot of time trying to make sure it sounds free and open and in tune, but not robotic. And so there's a lot of those questions that I think about. So the tutorial can get very in depth very fast. That's probably why I haven't really just done one. But for like a simple, like, here you go, you record your parts, you put them together. The virtual choir one is basically that. It just scales up because you can do like 50 or 100 parts rather than like 3 or 4. So if you're interested in that, there is a course on that I have on my website on like virtual choir editing, and you can use literally everything that I talk about in there for 2 or 3 parts. It works just the same.
So the next question here is, what's the biggest problem you see regarding low brass education?
Low brass education, I have an answer for music education, which is a lack of giving students choices musically. Like it seems to be a lot of, this is how this goes, this is how it has to go, the end. You're playing it wrong, right? Like, oh, it's a forte piano crescendo, you didn't play that, it's wrong. Versus having a little station of like, do you not like that forte piano crescendo there? Would you rather it do something else? Because when we just do it so analytically for so long, by the time you get to college, you're used to it just being like, either it's right or it's wrong. And there's no musicality. Like, the musicality comes way later. Is Suzuki or different things where you're doing it by ear and you're just kind of like hearing it musically from an earlier age. Low brass specifically, I don't know. I feel like maybe context of a piece is tough, because a lot of times we're not playing the melody. Most of the time we're not playing the melody, and understanding the bigger picture, I think, might be a spot that could use improvement. And listening. I feel like in jazz, we listen all the time. It's how you learn how to improvise. It's just by listening to music and doing stuff that sounds like that you like. So maybe you listen to like 10,000 records and 1,000 of them are solos that you really like and speak to you, and they go in your brain, and the next time you solo, you do something kind of like that, and that's your voice, that's what you like. We just don't do that in classical music. I mean, once in a while there'll be like a recording that we listen to over and over, and it's like maybe some of that settles in, but actually listening to recordings critically and constantly, and learning from them, and even having discussions about like, hey, listen, like that same kind of thing, like they didn't do the written dynamics here, they played something completely different here, or whatever it is, and understanding that that's okay. It's kind of one of the reasons I don't play classical music on my YouTube channel these days. It's because people have these really, really ingrained opinions about how stuff should go. Like, oh, that's not how that piece goes. And it's just kind of depressing for me, where I'm like, if you're just going to play it the way everybody else has played it, well, what's the point? Like, you got to say something different. And so unless I have something different to say, I won't do it. And if I do have something different to say, people do not like that, because it's, I'm changing this stuff from the composer, who, by the way, is usually dead and they don't care. Yeah, there you go.
The next one from Discord is, how do you deal with feeling unmotivated to practice, or just in general?
Say that one more time. How do I deal with my what's practice? Motivation?
How do you deal with feeling unmotivated to practice, or just in general?
I had a rule, especially when I was in school and just after, that I would not force myself to practice. I wouldn't lock the practice room door and just Like I have to be here for 6 hours. That was usually the like it was 4 to 6 a day was our goal that they kind of set at the conservatory. And at the beginning I would, and I just like stare at the piano and stuff and play jazz standards and play 2 long tones. So I had a rule. I would not force myself to practice, but I would force myself to want to practice, if that makes sense. I would basically just find the thing that inspired me and like, I just got to pick up my horn. Like, I just want to do it right now. I don't want to wait. And there's usually something. At least for me, there always was something. A weird example, but it works is like during the pandemic, I'd be like scrolling on TikTok and just in bed in the morning, just looking through. And then all of a sudden something would come up. It'd be somebody like hitting a like metal pipe with a wrench or something, and it had some sort of rhythmic thing. And then all of a sudden there's this like jolt of energy where I'm like, I could make something out of that. And I just like get it. And now all of a sudden, an hour later, I've made all this music and all this like art has happened because I had that jolt of inspiration or energy to make something. And it kind of feels like that in the practice room sometimes, where you're just like, there's this thing I really want to play, or this thing I really want to do. And it's fun, but I'm not able to do it yet. And so I really have to do it. If you basically give yourself the agency back and make up your own exercises to do that one thing that you can't quite do in that piece, rather than just playing it over and over and over. Like I've done that too, but it's more about just like isolating the thing that you're not quite good at yet and coming up with fun ways to practice it rather than just doing it over and over. But yeah, I wouldn't force myself to practice. I would have to find a way to make myself want to. And by the way, if I couldn't, or I just wasn't feeling it, I wouldn't. I'd take a day off. It's okay. Or I'd get in the practice room for an hour and just be like, it's not happening today. But I had a friend who explained to me this phenomenon, which has just been true time and time and time again. You get in the practice room, you do what you got to do. Maybe it's an hour or two. And then there's this moment where it's just kind of not happening. And you're like, maybe it's the evening. I should just go to bed. Or I should just call it a day. And in that moment, you can decide to push through and keep practicing, or you can go to bed. And either way, whatever you decide is the correct answer. If you decide to go to bed, it's because you needed to. It wasn't going to happen. You were going to get frustrated. But if you decide to push through, that's when the actual stuff starts happening. That's the real work, because now you're like, I'm not here because I have to be, or because I said I would. I'm here because I want to be. There's something I'm really, really trying to do. And so that moment is this amazing pivotal moment. And you get to decide every single time, like, am I just going to call it a day, or am I going to push through and get some real, like, actual work done? And whichever you decide is the correct answer every single time.
So the next question here is, do you need to have an online presence these days to have a successful career in music?
Absolutely not. I mean, no. There's many jobs, maybe even most jobs in music, do not require an online presence. If anything, it takes away from it a lot of the time. Like the Broadway scene, if you have a big online presence, people are like really kind of weirded out by that. Now, of course, they don't tell you that really. And so how would you know? But like people who post their like office of the day, and it's like a Broadway pit, and they tag the show and stuff, they don't get called a lot because it's just bad form to like brag about your gigs and these kinds of things. So there's a bunch of that where you wouldn't even know, where it actually like takes away your opportunities to have an online presence. And then there are other places where, of course, it's helpful to have something where people can look at. Now, what I would say is you want, when somebody searches you up, you want it to be the thing you want it to be. So even if you're not going to post about all your stuff and have a posting schedule and do all your creative projects and stuff, I would spend the time to have a nice recital or even just a piece that you put out there. So when somebody looks you up, they see that video and not the weird bootleg like phone video of you taking a bad solo in a wedding band someday, right? Like you want it to be the thing that you want it to be. So when somebody's actually looking for you, they can find it. I'm doing a lot of stuff with the International Trombone Festival. I run their social media and do the video editing for them. And so, yeah, sometimes I'm looking these like amazing professional trombonists up, like incredible, the best musicians in the world. And sometimes the first video that pops up is not one that they would be proud of. And they have like amazing albums and they have all this stuff. And it's like, you just want to get ahead of that. And so as long as you can do that, I don't think there's any necessary need to have like a big following or anything. I needed it because I wasn't doing anything else. Like it was also the thing I was passionate about. I really like doing it. So if you don't like doing it, I would say don't do it. Go a different path. Like take auditions, do these other things. But yeah, no, if it's not you, it's not going to work anyway, and you'll hate it. But if you like it, it's pretty fun.
So this is the last public question.
Okay.
I'll take for you to answer. And that's how do you balance what you want to be able to do with the trombone and life in general?
For a while I didn't. Most of my life I didn't. I just did my music. I focused all on my career, and the YouTube channel for most of that was the career, and traveling and doing educational clinics and these performances and stuff. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's about just figuring out what you actually like in life. And if that thing you actually like in life is like sports cars and big mansions, you're in a bad place because you're going to have to work a lot to get those things. But I was very lucky because the things I love is hanging out with like creative people and laughing and nature and going on hikes and eating good food. And like none of that really costs much money. And so this past year, I'm on the road full time as of November. I got rid of my place in New York and I just started going, basically collaborating with musicians wherever I end up, meeting local people, seeing nature, like doing all the things that I actually really like. And I make less money because of it. Like I make less, I'm performing less, I'm making fewer videos and all of this stuff, but I'm getting to do the things I actually want to do. And so it's this kind of weighing of, if I do that thing I don't want to do, I'll make a bunch of money. So I can do that thing I do want to do that costs a bunch of money, right? And you're basically weighing that your whole life. Luckily, I love playing trombone, so I don't need money to do that. I love making music. I love making music with other people. And so it's just this weighing of that. And at a certain point I realized like, oh, like I don't need to take over the world. I don't need to have millions of followers. I don't like, as long as I'm okay and can do all of those things that I really like, I would rather spend my time doing that than just making a bunch of money and doing work that I don't want to do. So yeah, it's a hard question. That's the hardest question for sure, trying to figure out what you actually want from life and how much money that will cost, and not just trying to like hoard money, because then you'll get to the end of your life and haven't done all the things you want to do. So, you know, it's a balance. You can always do a job that pays a ton that you don't want to do. Like during the pandemic, I was doing these video editing gigs for virtual choirs. Those paid a lot. I did not like doing them, but it allowed me to do a lot of stuff now that I can, you know, live comfortably and convert a car into a recording studio and stuff. So yeah, well, I guess that's our time.
Yeah, and so the final follow-up for that would
Sure.
be would be like kind of describe what projects you are currently working on and where people can keep track of them.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest stuff is still YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, at Classical Trombone on all those things. We're heading out to the International Trombone Festival in Salt Lake City next week. I'm heading out there. for a week, and so that's the big thing that I'm thinking about right now. I'm writing a bunch of pieces, which is really fun. I don't know how much I can announce about that, but wind band piece I've been commissioned to write that I'm working on now. It's really good. A couple marching band shows that I'm writing, and then yeah, back to making videos and working on fun stuff. I'm definitely focusing more on short form stuff because that's obviously the way of the future, and I have some fun ideas about that. So yeah, follow me on all those places and you'll see them.
Okay, thank you for joining us. If there's nothing else you would like to add, um, yeah, yeah, feel free to go.
That's it.
Yeah, then we will be moving on to the next event here at the
Great.
Bluegrass Festival. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. The next event will begin in around 10 minutes. Up next is a recital and a Q&A in 40 minutes by Dr. Lauren Rudzinskas. Dr. Lauren Rudzinskas has a dynamic career as an accomplished trombonist, as well as a chamber musician, soloist, freelancer, clinician, and a presenter. She currently serves as the senior lecturer of trombone at the University of Akron. In addition, she is a founding member of Olympus Brass, an ensemble praised for its commitment to performing new works, giving masterclasses, and creating high-level professional recordings for underrepresented composers. In addition, she serves as the general manager of the International Women's Brass Conference. Without further ado, here's her recital.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
If you're renting this, you're paying for this. Save your money for music and own with Overture and enjoy our unique buyback program.
Hi, everyone. I want to thank those of you who are here today and anyone that listened to my recital today. It was such a pleasure to be a part of this festival, and I'm really excited to be here. So my name is Lauren Rudzinskas, and I am a trombonist and educator. I teach trombone at the University of Akron. In addition, I'm also the trombonist with Calypsis Brass, which is a brass quintet committed to promoting the music of historically marginalized composers. We tour and give recordings and do all kinds of cool stuff, so I'm really proud to be a part of that group. In addition, I wear a couple of different hats. So I also am an arts administrator, and in that role, I serve as the general manager for the International Women's Brass Conference, which is an organization that promotes equity in the arts. So that's kind of what I currently do. A little bit of my background, just to sort of fill you in. So I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not too far from where I currently live, teaching at the University of Akron. And I went to Youngstown State University for my undergraduate degree, which was actually in jazz studies. And then I went on to do both of my graduate degrees at the Eastman School of Music. My master's and my performer certificate were in classical trombone and performance. And then I got a doctorate there as well, also in classical trombone with a minor in pedagogy and advanced teaching certificate. So that's kind of what I've been doing academically, and then did some teaching, and I've been doing a lot of substitute playing with orchestras and things like that. So kind of finding a lot of ways to piece together a career that I'm really excited and proud of. So again, I just want to say very happy to be here, and please feel free to ask me any questions, whether they're trombone related or career related. They can be arts administration, brass, whatever. So I'm just really happy to be here and do what I can to answer your questions today.
Okay, I'm going to start us off. So why did you start playing trombone, and why did you pick the pieces that you played today?
Yeah, so I started playing the trombone. Actually, I didn't want to play the trombone, really. I wanted to play the clarinet so badly. When I was in elementary school, there was a woodwind quintet that came to our school, and they played, and I just thought clarinet was super cool. But my dad was a trombone and euphonium performer. So in my elementary school, we had to choose two instruments. So I chose the clarinet, and then I chose my backup trombone. I was like, oh, that's what my dad plays, So I go in to test the two instruments, and I can't even make a squeak on the clarinet. It's awful. And then I pick up the trombone, and I have this like pretty resonant, nice full note, because when I was a kid, my parents would let me like play with their mouthpiece as a toy. So I learned to buzz, and I was this elementary kid picking up an instrument for the first time and like making a real sound. So the band directors didn't give me any choice. They said, you're playing trombone, which thank goodness, because now I love trombone, and clarinet is one of my least favorite instruments, actually. So it worked out really well in the end. And then, yeah, kind of the rest is history from there. And then for the music on the recital, so it's really important to me in a lot of what I do for my career to uplift works by marginalized composers. It's central to the mission of Calypsis Brass, as I mentioned, the International Women's Brass Conference. It's something I believe deeply in myself. So I really wanted to highlight some great music on this recital from composers that maybe you haven't heard of their music, or, and they're all living as well, which is, I think, really cool. So Susan Mutter has two really phenomenal works for trombone. So you heard Ages today, and she also has a piece called Song for Survival. Both are really beautiful, and I just don't think that they're getting the performance that they deserve. So just really trying to share that music out there. I really like Ages as well, because every movement has such different character, and it kind of works well for a standalone thing as well. So like if you're a student and you maybe need to have a jury piece, like say you're doing something like, I don't know, like a standard, like the David, and you need to fill out an extra 3 minutes on your program. Maybe you choose something like this. You choose one of the movements from a piece like this, and that gives you some nice contrast and exposure to some current music by a living composer. That's great. So that's why I chose the music. David Wilburn as well. I mentioned earlier that my undergrad degree is in jazz performance, so I've always had a sweet spot for anything sort of jazz influenced. Some of my favorite pieces for classical trombone have that sort of flair. So I was really excited when I heard about this piece, and I think it's got like a little bit of a bebop feel, and it's just really fun to play. It also lays super well on the trombone, with the composer being a trombonist. That really helps. So it was something that I picked up really quickly, and just it just feels really natural when you're playing it. So it's another really great piece. And this recital I gave actually at the University of Akron. So what you heard today was a live recital that I gave. And so in choosing the programming for this recital, I also was influenced by what I was going to do at Akron. And it was really important to me that I share music with my students that is accessible and exciting, but also new and something they hadn't heard. So everything that you heard today, my students had not heard before, which I was really excited about. Yeah, and then the final piece is from Winds of Change by Diversify the Stand. Wonderful, wonderful organization, and they've done such great work commissioning new works for brass. So that's another reason why I like to showcase as much of that music as possible.
So the next question we have here are, who are your favorite artists and how have they influenced your style of playing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, you know, when I was growing up, when I was a really young trombonist, I was listening to a lot of jazz trombones. So I was really influenced by people like J.J. Johnson, and a lot of improv and just that like really accurate, beautiful technical style of playing. When I went more into the classical realm, I obviously, you know, listened to all the standards that we all listen to, the Joe Lessies and the Christian Lindberghs. But I think the first trombonist that really, I remember just being so excited by the recording, and it was actually for an atonal music theory class. I had to, maybe it wasn't atonal theory yet, but it was some sort of theory class where you had to pick a piece by your instrument and you had to analyze it. And so I was just really digging around, and I stumbled on YouTube upon Megumi Kondo's recording of Red Dragonfly by Amy Mills. And not only is her playing exceptional, she's one of my favorite trombonists. Heard her live at ITF a couple of years ago, and just like incredible technician and musical player. But it was my first exposure to a female trombonist, really. So it was so exciting for me to hear this recording and hear this piece. And, you know, it's got some like Americana, like, you know, some glisses and some like just different stuff. So, you know, we've all heard the standards of our instruments, but it was kind of fun too to hear some just unique aspects to playing. So I really love that piece. That was a big influence for me. And then over the years, I think working with the International Women's Brass Conference, I've gotten to meet so many incredible performers, and I've gotten to play with them. And so I think that that's been such a wonderful influence for me, is just, you know, at my first International Women's Conference, I played on Brittany Lash's recital, and she's an incredible artist. And the section was just all these superstars. And so just getting kind of to go into those positions where you're surrounded by those people. The International Trombone Festival was another one where I went and I played in the women's choir, and just being surrounded with that level of talent, I think is really inspiring. Especially, it's one thing to listen, but when you're like in the section matching people, I think it's just a whole nother experience. And that's been really, really eye-opening for me.
So the next question that we have here in the chat is, so in the professional world, how many trombonists would you estimate are also teachers?
In the professional world of trombone, how many trombonists are teachers? Oh gosh, I have no idea. I mean, that's a really great question. I would say most music schools have one teacher. Some of the bigger ones have 2 or 3. A lot of them will have a jazz and a classical trombone teacher. So I guess, you know, maybe more commonly there are 2 trombone teachers at a music school, and then you know, doing the math on how many music schools are in each state and then the country and the world. I would guess it's a lot, and that's not including people who, you know, do private studio teaching as well. So I don't have a good answer for you on that, but I know that I have a pretty substantial list that I email out when I'm, you know, I have grad student openings for my studio, and there's hundreds of people on that list. So definitely there are a lot of us.
Okay, next up is what do you like about jazz trombone, and what is the difference in your opinion between jazz trombone and classical trombone?
Yeah, so I want to first say that I think it's really important that in general trombonists, and I'm speaking trombone, but this really carries over to brass in general. I think it's really important to know how to play in a variety of styles. So whether you're a tubist, whether you're a euphonium player, whether you're trombone, it's really important that you familiarize yourself with different styles so that if you get into a situation where you're asked, say you're a euphonium player and you get this great opportunity to sub in a big band and it pays great and it's a good way to network, you want to be able to say yes to those kind of things, right? If you're starting to build a private studio and you're a tubist and you have, someone who comes and they really want to learn about walking bass lines, like having exposure to that is really useful, because then you're not turning away work, you're not turning away money. And especially when you're starting out, that's super important. So that's kind of like the marketing and business side of things. But in terms of actual, like, just joy of different types of music, I think that jazz brings such a creativity to music that influences everything that I do. So I think that being like brought up in kind of a jazz world and listening to a lot of jazz and playing improv and soloing really helped me to have a lot more confidence and expressive freedom in my playing. So, I'm not someone that like is super technical when I'm thinking through my musical interpretation. So like, if I'm learning a solo, I'm not necessarily going and I'm writing, okay, crescendo here, and like, it's going to be mezzo forte minus here and like exact to a T. I do a little bit more flexibility on that, which I think has really helped me to make more musical expressivity in the moment, especially for me personally. And I think it also helps with performance anxiety. So not only being able to be in the moment and make those musical decisions, but just having been an improv soloist, having been the person that is the only horn player with a rhythm section behind you and you're playing for hours, right? And a lot of these gigs, no one's paying attention to you. So it's a great way to work on your performance anxiety. But even when people are there, there's just, you're the person. So if your face starts getting tired, it doesn't matter. You're still playing that head, you're still soloing. And that I think was such an important experience for me, because by the time I got to grad school, like I was playing recitals. My first week at Eastman, I played in a masterclass for Joe Alessi. It really shouldn't get any scarier than that. But I think because I had all this experience giving all these recitals, giving all these performances in a combo setting, my performance anxiety I had worked on it so much that I'm able to perform without a lot of issues. Because you just do it all the time. So you get to the point where recitals don't really even feel like a big deal, because they're just part of what you do. It's like, okay, I'm going to be gigging 3 nights a week, and that's just what I'm doing. And so like this recital is just another thing I'm doing. And I think for me, that's a healthy way to look at it, without that intense pressure of this is the pinnacle of everything you're doing in a year, but more like this is the moment in time where I'm showcasing something that I'm doing. So yeah, I think in that way, jazz has been really helpful for me. I love the style. As I mentioned, I tend to gravitate towards classical solos that have some jazz influence. And I think the same goes the other way for jazz too. I really like a lot of crossover. So, enjoying things like Maria Schneider, Pat Metheny, where we're kind of pulling some like maybe classical instrumentation or like long form kind of written out things. So I think there's just a lot to be said from exposing yourself to a lot of musical styles, both in terms of marketability and then also just it's important as musicians to constantly be growing and expanding what we do and our understanding of music. And I think the more music you listen to, the more music you're comfortable with, the better musician you are, and the more you can bring to the table.
Okay, what advice would you give to someone trying to learn jazz trombone from a classical background?
Yeah, so I think I do a lot of starting students on this actually. And so it depends on the moment you are in life, but I think that there are a couple different approaches, and I would say find the thing that fits you as a person. So some people are very ear driven, very like oral learners. So I would say in that case, in any case, it's important to kind of do all these things, but approaching it from a standpoint of really listening to a lot of jazz music, listening to great jazz music, transcribing, learning solos. That's something I did a lot of when I was young, is like taking a J.J. Johnson solo, transcribing it, and you memorize it. And just having those in your ear, you'll notice when you're improvising, you'll start picking up on some of those things. So that's kind of like one prong of the approach, right? And then another side is just learning tunes. So getting something like the Real Book or some Aebersolds and just familiarizing yourself with tunes and chord changes. So when we're talking about learning tunes, we're talking about knowing the head, which would be the melody of the tune. And then we're also talking about learning the chord changes. So what I often start students with is playing through the chord changes just as whole notes, right? Or if they change more than once a bar, you're playing through it, maybe half notes or something. So being able to play the root of the chord, then can you play the arpeggio of the chord? Can you play the scale, the blues scale of the chord, and just kind of going through that way. So you're familiarizing yourself with the movements, and then from there you start building on, you know, patterns and guide tones and things like that. But I think the more you can sort of expose yourself to that. And then the final thing I think is just experimentation. So putting on a backing track and just exploring, just playing. So with a lot of my younger students, when I'm first teaching them improv, one of the things I'll start with is I'll put on a B-flat blues backing track, or I'll play some really poor jazz piano. And I'll just say, okay, you're going to improv and you can only play one note. And so you're just going to work on some cool rhythms, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to start with one note. And so starting with a lot of rules can actually be very freeing, because it's a little overwhelming to say like, okay, you've got it now, jazz, you know, just go. So I think starting yourself with some rules, with some patterns, with some guidelines, especially if you're going from a classical approach, because as classical musicians, what do we start with? Okay, we start with scales, long tones, with lip slurs, right? And we start with our etude books and our all those things, right? It's a very structured approach to learning. With jazz, often we kind of open the door for students and there's all this freedom, but all that freedom can be really overwhelming, especially, as I said, like coming from a classical approach. So that for me is really, it was helpful for me, and it's been helpful for my students to have some guidelines and some structure as you're starting to learn it. So I would say you want to kind of piece together those three main things. So a lot of listening, a lot of just having fun and experimenting, and then a lot of learning. So learning the tunes and practicing the chord changes. And I think that's going to be really successful. There are definitely books out there. To be honest, I think there's some great like etude books and things like that. But for the most part with my students, I really like to start them with exploration and just being exposed to what's out there. So a lot of listening to great musicians and encouraging them to find the musicians that they love. So I will often send my trombone students off to listen to Ella Fitzgerald, who I believe is one of the all-time great jazz singers. So it doesn't have to be your instrument, which if you're a euphonium player, if you're a tubist, like you're maybe not going to have quite as many people you can listen to, but go listen to the world of trombone, go listen to saxophone, go listen to trumpet, whatever you're into, go, broaden your horizons and listen to that.
Okay, so the last question that we have time for here today is, in the professional setting, are tenor trombonists typically asked to double on other instruments like bass trombone and euphonium?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So it depends on what you're doing. So if you're a teacher, there are a lot of times will be positions that are say like trombone and euphonium combined. My first teaching position at Mansfield University was that. It was tenor trombone and euphonium. My current position is tenor trombone, bass trombone at Akron, and then I also teach alto trombone. So I think that as an educator, it's really important to double comfortably on all of your, if you're a trombonist, on your main trombone instruments. Yeah, for me, as I mentioned earlier, my dad was a euphonium player, so I kind of grew up in that world, and I do a lot of euphonium doubling, which has definitely helped me. However, how many times I've been called for a gig that's tenor trombone and euphonium, like not that often, So I don't think it's necessarily something you have to do as a trombonist. I do think it's really important that you're exposed to bass trombone and you learn alto trombone. Just because that will pop up. Even if you're just learning bass trombone range on a tenor trombone, that's going to be helpful, because you might be in a pit setting, or there's just a lot of places where you're going to have that range and that comfort. So I think it's really important to have some exposure to bass trombone. But yeah, in terms of low brass, there are definitely low brass teaching jobs where you teach everything, and I do think it's important to be able to do some demonstrating for your students. You don't have to be the strongest tuba player in the world, but you should be able to pick it up if you're going to be teaching it, for sure. I do think going the other way from euphonium, though, it's super important to learn trombone. I think there's a lot more opportunities for euphonium players to teach and to perform if you can also play trombone. And obviously I'm a trombonist, so I'm biased, but I do think that there's just going to be more gig opportunities. Like I mentioned earlier, you get called for a big band, you're not going to play that on euphonium, you're going to pull out a trombone. So yeah, I think as much as you can, doubling is important, but also it's not necessarily the most important thing. So if you feel like you're spreading yourself so thin, you're not, you're learning all these instruments, but you're not, mastering one of them, I would say really focus in, get great at your instrument, and add on the doubling as you can.
Yeah, so thank you for joining today. So where can people kind of learn about you and the kind of programs and stuff that you participate in?
Yeah, so I'm on social media. You can find it. It's just my name, Lauren Rudzinskas, on Facebook and Instagram. I also have a website, www.laurenrudzinskas.com. I know the last name is brutal, so but I'm on social media and on my website. You can also find me through the University of Akron. I'm on the website there. And same with Calypsis Brass. So we do some really great things. We share all kinds of new music, some cool trombone solos. And our tubist is phenomenal in that group as well. So any tubists listening to this, definitely check out that group. And Calypsis is on Instagram and Facebook as well, YouTube channel. And then calypsisbrass.org is the website for that group.
Okay, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have Denson Pollard. He's a professor of music at the Johns School of Music at Indiana University, and he plays bass and tenor trombone, and he's a bass and tenor trumpet player with the Metropolitan Opera Orchestra. Pollard was the bass trombonist of Finnish Radio Symphony Orchestra for 2014 to 2015 and the Hong Kong Philharmonic from 2001 to 2007. Pollard earned the Doctor of Musical Arts degree and the Master of Musical Arts degree from the University of Iowa and the Bachelor of Science degree in Music Education from Jacksonville State. He is a passionate champion of bass trombone as a solo instrument and has performed extensively as a soloist worldwide. Dr. Pollard is a buffet trombone artist and performs exclusively on Curtis trombones and ultimate brass mouthpieces.
My contribution to the program tonight will include two selections. The first one is from a book that was compiled and edited by a very old friend of mine, Jaime Voxman, who was a clarinet player, but a very knowledgeable clarinet player, and put together a lot of books for different instruments that includes the sheet music and a piano recording that you can play along with. This is from the Concert and Contest collection by Jaime Voxman. I'm going to play the very first tune out of here, which is written by the Impressionist composer Gabriel Fauré, and it's called Après un rêve, or After a Dream. My next and final solo on the recital tonight will be a piece that was written for me by a former student named Christopher Allen Schmitz. This piece is called the Sonata for Bass Trombone, quote unquote, Call of the Opera. And the subtitle refers to the fact that when Chris and I started collaborating on this piece, of course, I talked a lot about opera because I'm a member of the Metropolitan Opera Orchestra as well as teaching at Indiana University in America. And I gave him some of my favorite moments in opera that included some passages from Tosca, from The Pearl Fishers by Bizet, Der Rosenkavalier by Richard Strauss, and of course some Wagner. And Chris composed this piece based on the harmonies, the textures, and some of the themes and melodies for those operas. So I hope you enjoy this Sonata for Bass Trombone, quote unquote, Call of the Opera by Christopher Allen Schmitz.
Hello, everyone. So now I would like to take this time to talk about one of the programs that we run at Low Res Network. So these are the lessons that we offer at Low Res Network, where, first of all, eventually we're going to do it through an app, but right now we have a volunteer network of various high school and college students that are teaching underprivileged students / beginners for free, as well as we're also currently working on developing an app that will allow for better trombone players who may not have their own teacher in order to be connected to these professional teachers in order to get lessons. So now I would like to take some questions regarding these lessons. So first of all, regarding how long the lessons are or what the duration of the lessons are, that is whatever you work out with the teachers, and that is the same with the material of the lessons as well. So each teacher will have an individualized plan with each student based on what their needs are. So it isn't just going to be one general thing. This is a network of volunteers or professional teachers that will craft that will craft like a direct lesson plan for them and cater to their needs in order for them to become a better player and give these underprivileged students a chance to be able to play low brass instruments well. So Another question is, what kind of students do we accept? We accept all students who are underprivileged or trying to just look to get into low brass instruments, but just do not have much of an opportunity to actually get lessons. And this is also a great way for college and high school students to pick up some experience at the same time. So in terms of our instrument rental programs, what we mostly recommend is the Overture program by DF Music, which you can check out at overturefirst.com that we partner with. That significantly lowers the cost of rental instruments and is an alternative to rental instruments. So yeah, and I have a few more minutes here. Anyone has more questions? So again, with how often are lessons? So you can sign up for a lesson anytime and you can work out availability with teachers. And another thing is that you are not going to be limited to one teacher, especially once we actually can get the app finished, which full public beta release will likely be early 2024. So what the app does, everyone has a profile of what they are working on and what they're trying to improve at. Then they can get matched up to a teacher when they need a lesson. So ideally, when we do build a larger volunteer network, multiple teachers can work with the same student just depending on time availability. And then they will be able to, so the student will have much more access to lessons and teachers will be able to, will have a lot more opportunities to teach as well. So yeah, so if anyone wants to join, or just like participate in anything regarding Low Brass Network, you can join at the link tinyurl.com/lbninterest. Again, tinyurl.com/lbninterest. So yeah, that's all for now. And at 4 o'clock, we will be having a master class with Adam Bright.
Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
good evening, good afternoon, and potentially good morning to everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here at the Low Brass Network Masterclass and Workshop. And the screen share, I'm just going to actually start by talking, and then I can do the screen share afterwards, if that's okay. But today's class is entitled The Art of Practice, The Game of Practice, and those are two books that I've written. But a lot of today's session is going to talk about introducing myself and then also tell you a little bit about how you can become more efficient and more effective in your practice. My name is Adam Frey. I've been a euphonium soloist for approximately 25 years. I teach at the University of North Georgia, where I'm associate professor. I have about 12 different CDs, although I know CDs are old because I've been doing this for a long time. More than 160, I believe, pieces that have been written for me or arranged for me, both solo pieces, chamber music involving the euphonium, two euphonium ensembles, and then another big endeavor is for mass two euphonium ensemble as part of the International Euphonium Tuba Festival, which is a festival that I've hosted for 20 years. We just had our 20th anniversary last week. We started in 2004 with 14 participants, and this year we had almost 150 participants and staff. The other interesting things that I've done across my career is do a lot of traveling to South America and Asia. I run two publishing companies. One is euphonium.com publications, and we specialize in, you'll guess it, euphonium publications. And then another company is called Pinnacle Brass Publications, and they specialize in, you'll never guess, brass publications. And those are just two different avenues. I think one of the interesting things about my career that I try and explain to people is the concept of a portfolio career that involves playing, teaching, commissioning new music, organizing events, and also being part of a university. But I started out as a player and I love playing. And the other great adventure that I have had in my life recently, and you see in this picture back here, is my 3 kids. And I have an 11-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 3-year-old. And I got to tell you, kids make it complicated to find practice time. And over the past 5 years, I've really looked at how I can be much more effective with my practice techniques and refining those. And so that's sort of the main thing about today's class. It's about refining your practice techniques. And 3 years ago, I received a very large grant from my university. It's called a Presidential Incentive Award. It's basically, they gave me an entire semester off of teaching and gave me $12,000 project grant to write a book. We did The Game of Practice, which is about a 100-page book on different practice techniques that we're going to talk about. And some of the interesting things about this project and with grant writing, which is very, very important, is that I sort of told them I would write a book, obviously be in English, but we would also do a Spanish translation and also a Chinese translation. And so the Spanish translation has been out for a year now. The Chinese translation will be being published, I believe, by the end of October, which is really exciting because we're basically presenting different educational materials in a foreign language, or foreign language for me, and that's exciting. Now, one of the things about the game of practice and the way that I explain this to a lot of students is that learning your instrument is a game. It's a lot like a video game. If you know how the game works, what you're trying to accomplish, then it's a lot easier to be successful. But yet a lot of times we're not always certain about that. We tend to spend a lot of times playing through our music, playing through our etudes, and we think we're being good about getting better, but yet so many times we hear our lesson teachers saying, hey, this is a problem. We've had this problem last week. We had this problem the week before, and it's working really slowly to get better. So with this concept of the game of practice and the art of practice, I sort of wanted to try and take a very different spin on it. And I'll do a little screen share here for you so that you can get an idea about what's happening. Is that we want to try and organize our practice in a way that makes it more effective. And the concept of the game of practice is that so many books tell you about what you need to do. And certainly fundamentals and skills are really important. But I find because of the negative bias that we have in music that we're not always concerned about looking at our positives, we tend to be worried about our negatives in our playing. And so this whole book, both this game of practice and the art of practice, are built around what are your biggest problems. And so instead of saying, learn to play your scales or work on single tonguing, what we organize with the table of contents is around different weaknesses, okay? And while I don't want you to think that this is like a sales presentation to, hey, buy my book, all I want you to do is really think about how you organize your practice and how you design your exercises. That's the main thing. So for instance, in the different chapters, it's talking about what's your real problem. We all can be better at breathing, but can you dial it into what you need in regard to breathing? If you look at buzzing or articulation, what's your big issues? Is it about that the notes don't have a clear beginning? Or is it that your articulations are slow, or are they unclear, or inconsistent? And you can sort of dig and dive into those when you know what's happening. Similar thing as far as flexibility. You know, I work with a lot of different students and they say, hey, I need to work on my flexibility. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? Like, it sounds great, but is it an issue about having good quality sound between notes? Is it about your upward directional slurs, your downward directional slurs? Is it about the wide intervals? Or do you feel like you sort of hit a wall with your tempo and it doesn't quite work well? Or like point 11 under chapter 6 here, is it difficult for you to change dynamics and be creative? So that's one of the big things that's really important, is what's your real world application. And I am a big fan, if you look down under the appendix, I am a big fan about tools and technology. I'm going to talk about those. But the first thing that we really want to learn about is about the difference between fundamental driven practice and repertoire driven practice. Fundamental driven practice is all about your basics and fundamentals, as it says. But a lot of people, we tend to practice through repertoire. We work on a piece that challenges us and we work on those skills, but then we have to rebuild when we go to a new piece. So fundamental driven practice, make sure that the fundamentals are really solid and that we're able to transfer those over into other pieces and excerpts. The other thing that's very important is we want to work on building a strength and weakness list. And I'll drop this in the chat here in just a second as an attachment for everybody. But building the strength and weakness list is so important. We want to take a really honest look at what we do well and what we don't do well. If you're watching this later, all these QR codes go to little explanation videos if you're at all interested in stuff. But the concept of building the strength and weakness list is that we want to make sure that we're being honest. And many times, let's be honest, we are overwhelmed with our weaknesses. Like it says here, you think about your 25 different weaknesses, and we tend not to work efficiently. So when you come down to this strength and weakness evaluation form, what you'll see is that there's 4 slots for strengths, and there's 4 slots for weaknesses, and then 3 slots for a wait list, okay? And I want to make sure, and I want you to make sure that you're not overwhelmed by how many weaknesses that you have. When we've got 4 on there, it makes sure that it's manageable. If you've ever been in school and you see how many things you have to get accomplished, a lot of times when you've got challenges with what's happening and you've got, I don't know, 15, 20 things to do, we normally tend to zone out and do what we're not supposed to do. We tend to slack off just a little bit. I also want you to know that's true for me. Now, if we have a manageable list that's say 3 or 4, all of a sudden we can really tend to that in a lot better way. So that's an important thing that I want you to be very conscientious about, is make sure that you're not overwhelming yourself by having too many weaknesses and not enough strengths. Now, the other funny thing, I sort of like to call this strength and weakness list for a lot of students, is that we call it the hired list and the fired list. And I know that's a little bit mean, okay? Don't hate me. I'm just a messenger. But a lot of people tend to not understand that if you have weaknesses, that's going to be the reason that you don't win at an audition, that maybe they don't hire you again when you do a gig, or when you go to do like a region band or district honor band audition, that you don't have the same success that you would like. But meanwhile, your strengths are going to be the reasons why they do like you. If you have a great sound, you have great dynamic contrast, all of a sudden they're saying, hey, we want you in our band or orchestra. So it is important to look into what are your strengths and weaknesses. So sort of going back to that list real quick, again, you can see 4 strengths, 4 weaknesses, and then a weight list. And the other interesting thing that I like is the tip from the top. And these are some different concepts about basically me talking to you as you're practicing. And the idea is that sometimes there's things that we can't like write down, that don't always make sense, but we need to be told. And in this particular case, if you can read this one here, it says, after you make your list of strengths and weaknesses, one of the biggest challenges is that we don't always have the best perspective. And how many times have you had somebody say something about your playing and it wasn't on your radar? It wasn't something that you noticed. They said something positive and you're like, oh, great. I never thought that was a big strength of mine. Or something as a weakness, and this probably happens with your teachers very often, is that you're sort of like, oh, I didn't know that was a big problem. And I had the same issue when I was a student. I would make sure and work on certain things, go into a lesson, my teacher would be like, hey, you need to work on this. And I was like, I didn't even know that was a big issue. So in this particular case, what you want to do after you've made your strength and weakness list is ask a trusted friend or a teacher to evaluate you also. Compare the list, and it's probably going to be very interesting to see which topics are similar and which are different. Take heart in the honest perspectives of people you trust. Being behind the mouthpiece is not always the clearest viewpoint. And I do want to point out, make sure to ask your friends. Notice it said a trusted friend. Do not ask your enemies or anything like that. They'll probably play a little bit of psychological warfare and be like, oh, your sound is so bad. Your tonguing is so unclear. You're like, I thought my tonguing was good. I love my sound. Make sure to ask a trusted friend. Now, one other thing that you want to make sure about is that when you list your strengths and weaknesses, that there are things that you can take action on. One of the things that you'll see on the handout is that it says, try and use the table of contents as a guide for what your weaknesses are. You can also use the table of contents, maybe it's with an Arbenz book or some type of method book, but you want to make sure that your weaknesses are well defined. For instance, don't just say that you need to work on your high range. Talk about, I need to work on my tone quality from high G and above. All of a sudden, the more specific you are, the easier it is to make sure that it works well. Another specific example of a very clear weakness is I need to work on the speed of my single tonguing on 16th notes at quarter note equals 104 or 112. When you have that specificity, it's so easy to make sure that you can work on that. And when you can work on it, one of the great things is that you can feel progress. And if you're like most of us, how much or how often do you not feel progress when you practice? That it's frustrating that you feel, oh, I've been working on this for weeks and I don't feel like it's getting better. Now, just imagine what it would be like if you said, I'm going to use single tonguing speed because that's an easy one. If you say, hey, I need to work on my single tonguing speed above quarter note equals 104. Well, all of a sudden, if you work on the exercises correctly, your tonguing speed is going to get better. And soon you'll be at 108 or maybe 110, 112, but you can tell what you've accomplished and what you've been able to do versus sort of live in this moment where you don't know exactly what's happening. So that's another guide. And then another thing from the tip from the top is that you want to look at this strength and weakness list about every 2 to 4 weeks, okay? And this is my philosophy that if you're working on something and the exercises are right, you will experience good progress over the course of 2 weeks. Just think back to when you're having a lesson with your teacher. They explain something very clearly. They show you a concise exercise, and then you make progress in the lesson in a matter of 2 to 5 minutes. So, can you bring the same level of precision and accuracy and focus into the practice room? And that's what the whole concept of game of practice, art of practice is about, is figure out what specifically you need to work on. Don't work on the wrong scale. And for instance, I mean, you probably would all recognize this from your either high school or secondary school band classes. You know, if the band is playing a piece in 5 flats, do you warm up only on B flat with 2 flats, or do you try and play through some scales that have a D flat major scale in it with 5 flats, or a chorale that's got 5 flats? All of a sudden, then when you get into the band music or the orchestra music, it feels a lot more comfortable. So on a very high level, well, let me say one thing. So on a fundamental level, make sure that you make a strength and weakness list that applies to your fundamentals. But if you happen to be one of the students who's working on auditions, or especially orchestral band auditions where you've got, I don't know, 6 to 12 excerpts, I would be making a strength and weakness list for each one of these exercises. If you happen to be a tuba player, I know you're going to be mad at me for this, but for instance, Ride of the Valkyries. So if you can play in sharp key signatures and you can get good attacks and response on a low E, and you can play dotted 8 16th 8th in 9/8, then Ride of the Valkyries isn't that hard. But you have a couple choices. You can work on it all in the repertoire and try and figure it all out at once, or you can spend a lot of time working on the response of your low E's from a low range development standpoint. You can work on your rhythm, specifically of that dotted 8 16th 8th rhythm, and you can also work through all sorts of technique in our friendly sharp keys that we want to. If you know those things, then all of a sudden it's going to make it dramatically easier. When you have a strength and weakness list for specific excerpts or specific parts of a solo, you know exactly what you need to work on to successfully navigate those parts. So make sure that you have an appreciation for that. And if you're a video game player, you know, I'm sure all of you have played video games at one point in time. But how nice is it when you finally have a map of whatever you're playing, that you know where you're supposed to be going, that it's not confusing, that you don't have to run around all the time, that you know, hey, I'm going to go this way, then turn left, then go down that hallway, right, and then I'm at the boss or at the end of the game. So it's a beautiful thing when you have that good guide. How often does your practice feel like you're just in a maze trying to find, the end of the game, but you don't know where you want to be going? Now, as I had mentioned before, the game of practice talks about a couple different fundamental aspects, but I switched over after having the first successful grant that worked on the fundamental book on posture, breathing, buzzing, articulation, technique, flexibility. I convinced them to give me a smaller grant for a second book called The Art of Practice. We're working on it. It's not 100% done, but it's going to be done within the next probably 2 weeks. This particular one is all about, here we go. It's all about 2 chapters, dynamic controls and articulation variety, because these are 2 aspects that I feel like a lot of students don't effectively communicate. And you can read here just in the dynamics is how often have you had teachers tell you, hey, your loud isn't really loud, your soft isn't soft. Trumpets, so I'm going to pick on you. I know this is low brass network, but I started out on trumpet, so I can pick on trumpet players. Trumpets, every time you get loud, it's getting really, really sharp. Crescendos aren't smooth or effective. Same thing for decrescendos. Sudden dynamics aren't great. It's difficult to play soft in the high range, difficult to play loud in the low range. And of course, sometimes you need bigger louds and smaller softs. But these are all common issues that we've got as it relates to articulation variety. How many times have you had teachers tell you, hey, you need to make sure that your staccatos are short. They need to be shorter. We need to make them clear. And that's a big problem. For me, one of the things I see a lot of times with students is they don't have a clear difference between staccato, normal, and tenuto. And then also when you talk about the attack strength, they don't have a clear difference between normal, accent, and marcato. So in this particular case, these different segments are all built around this. And one of the things that I like a lot, okay, is to use tools to make it clear. It's really frustrating when someone tells you something from their perspective and you don't see it or hear it or understand it from that perspective. And again, this happens with whether notes are short, notes are loud, that's not musical, I don't hear a crescendo, that feels mezzo piano. Meanwhile, you're thinking, I'm playing forte, come on. So one of the things to sort of create an independent third party is to use technology. And one of the best things that I found is a decibel meter. Decibels are basically a measure for how loud something is. If this is really, really loud, you can sort of see that the numbers get much higher. And if it's soft, then the numbers get lower. Now, this does not have the perspective of your teacher. It does not have the perspective of your other euphonium, trombone, or tuba player in the section, in band or orchestra. It just says, hey, numerically, this is 80 dB or 50 decibels or 100 decibels, really loud, okay? So we want to try that. The other thing that I like very, very well is a program called Audacity. And it's Audacity. I think I spelled that correctly. It's a free program that you can get, and it's a visual recording program. And I'll show you a couple sample images from this, because I use them a lot in my book. This is an image right here. I can pull up Audacity in a second. But basically, it's a graphical awareness of what things look like. If you've ever used GarageBand or voice memos, anything like that, you can see where notes tend to be stable, where you can see here, where the notes are flat. And then you can see where they get bigger as it gets louder, bigger as it gets louder, and bigger as it gets to fortissimo, okay? You can also see this is a great example here of working on it on a scale with 4 different dynamics on the first note, 4 different dynamics on the second note, 4 different dynamics on the third note. So when you can watch something like this, all of a sudden it becomes so clear. Am I doing things correctly, or is my perspective slightly off? And there's other things like here's where we start out on the louds and we work softer as far as what those are. And the cool thing is that once you know how to use this technology, you don't need a teacher to sit there and watch you and tell you. You can look and see, hey, is my note loud or is it soft? I like to use these with like crescendos. This is a beautiful thing right here. So these are all bad examples, okay, of crescendos that swell or bulge or morph in the middle of it, or are unstable when you get loud right here in this 4th example. What we want to try and do is make sure that we test out and say, hey, what do these really look like? And on these particular good examples, you can see where they start soft, they have a nice little plateau, and then they have a gradual ramp up on all 3 of these. So that's a great thing. Think about how many times that you hear other instruments in your band and the crescendos aren't quite what they should be. They're not well paced. So those are easy ones that you can sort of check out. You can see some good decrescendos here. And then also some great examples here of different speeds of crescendos. So this first one on the left is a 1-count crescendo on the last beat of the measure, a 2-count crescendo, and then a 1-count crescendo that plateaus on beats 2, 3, and 4. So that one sort of looks a little bit like this one up here at the top where it stabilizes. So that's a great thing. This is also an example here of louds and softs. So you can definitively tell what you're doing and whether it's working correctly. Now, I'll go into the Audacity program real quick for you so you can sort of see. Now, between the microphone and the audio running through Audacity, it's going to be a little bit funky, but you'll get the idea about what it is. So we've got Audacity here. And let's make this a little bit bigger. So you can see where I'm speaking. And let me grab my euphonium real quick. So what's really nice, again, is that you don't have to be worried about the perspective of, am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing? You can see what's happening so easily. And similar to the idea, we'll go back over to the table of contents here, is you can apply this same type of technique as far as articulation variety, whether we make sure that short notes are short, medium notes are medium, and long notes are long. Here's a graphical representation of 4 staccato notes, 4 normal notes, and 4 tenuto notes. And just so that it's easy for you to hear, I'll actually pop over to Audacity and demonstrate this. Just think about how many times you've had teachers tell you that note's not short, that note's not loud, or sorry, that note is not short, that note is not long. Well, you've got a way to verify that, and it's not your perspective versus theirs. It's an independent third party. And it's a joke I like to make. Nothing on the internet is false. Technology is never wrong. So here's 4 short notes followed by 4 long notes. okay? Hopefully, everybody can tell definitively that there's short notes and then there's long notes. And that's a great thing. Now, let's say you don't have a desktop computer or anything like that. Audacity will run on a laptop, but there's also a number of great apps that you can use that will tell you a lot of the same things, and a lot of them are free. If you happen to use Tonal Energy is not free, but it's got this great analysis function that you can see here. We'll just hold it up here for you. So you can sort of see where it's got this graphic analysis down here at the bottom that tells you whether things are long or short, okay? And they will also talk about soft, loud. If you don't like that particular program, there's one called Zoom Handy Recorder. It's actually my favorite, and it's even a little bit easier to use. Zoom Handy Recorder. You can sort of see what's happening there, where things are clear and short, long. I like my own voice. I'm just joking. I don't actually. So this is a great thing, and it's free and easy to tell whether you're doing things right or wrong. There's also a decibel X. There's a decibel meter, a program called Decibel X that's very, very good. I think it might cost a couple bucks, but you can sort of see what's happening here. Oops, come back. So you can see here where it's showing you the different decibels as it picks up on things. And as it gets louder, then it's going to be a higher number. This is a great thing. You won't have any more arguments with your teacher or conductor about what's loud and what's soft. And so that just sort of gives you some ideas about what I like. I like to make sure that we zero in on what's a problem, and that we make sure that what we think are our problems really are our problems. And we verify that both with our teacher or a friend. As I've traveled around the world, occasionally we do this fun game where I ask a student to come to the front of the room. I ask them their two biggest strengths and weaknesses, and then I have one of their friends or their conductor or their private lesson teacher that they also fill out what are their two biggest strengths and weaknesses. And I have to tell you, I would say at least 75% of the time that the weaknesses that the player thinks are their biggest issues are not on the list of the conductor or their friend that sits next to them in band. There's a huge disconnect in discord in what we think are our weaknesses and what really are our weaknesses. And if you ever have stress with your teacher in lessons, you feel like they're constantly bothering you about something that you don't think is a big priority, chances are you have two different priority lists of what's most important. And as a student, I have bad news for you. You should do what your teacher tells you to do. Okay, did you guys hear that? You should make sure and be focused on what your teacher is telling you to focus on so that it's really, really effective through there, okay? And I think that that's a lot of what you want to be focused about, is that you want to make sure that you're working on the things that show progress. And there was one other amusing class that I gave one time. There was a little bit of a difficult, hard-headed tuba player. And we were talking about staccato notes. And I was like, how many tuba players do you know play effective staccatos? And trying to convince this student that what he thought was short really wasn't short. So we were in a big space in northeast part of the US. And he played an excerpt, and I asked the audience, I said, you in the first 4 rows, how many of you felt like you could hear short notes? And they were sort of like half and half raised their hands. I asked the middle of the room, how many of you could hear clear staccatos? And only one person raised their hand. Then I asked the people at the back of the recital hall. This is about a 200-seat recital hall. And nobody in the back of the room could tell that he was playing staccato. And then I asked the tuba player, said, where does the audition committee sit? When you audition for an orchestra, do they sit at the front of the hall, at the middle part of the hall, or sort of at the back of the hall? And most of the people said the back of the hall, and yet they couldn't tell that. So if you really want to go to the next level with your audition success and your practice success, use one of these visual recorders or Audacity and perform it at distance, okay? So you can all see my teaching space and practice space here. I think it's maybe, I have a lot of cool instruments in here. I can introduce those to you in a little bit, but I think it's maybe about 20 feet to the back there. And invariably, what I do with my students is we sit at the very back of the room there, and we play across to this microphone right here. And so many times, this actually helped with one of my students that just won a position in one of the US Air Force bands, is we sat right next to each other, back over there, and he played and we recorded, and we could see what it looked like. And then I played, and I made sure to play short, accented, loud and soft. And I turned to him and I said, hey, when I play, that's how you think you sound, isn't it? And he looked at me and he was like, it is. And I said, but what's the microphone over here actually say? And he said, mine's not loud. My staccatos aren't really short. And I said, but what do mine say? And he said, yours are exactly what they're supposed to be, because we could see on the big monitor here. And he said, but I think I sound like what it sounds like when you play. And I said, yeah, that's the biggest problem, is that we think that we sound one way, but we're not actually that way. So the beautiful thing that I want you to take away from this before we go to questions that you might have is find an honest perspective, whether it's working with a strength and weakness list, like in the game of practice or the art of practice, whether it's using a visual recorder on your iPad or your tablet, or it's using Audacity or GarageBand so you can see what's really happening. It's so important, and you will feel so much better about what you're doing, what you're accomplishing, and how much work that you can do. Now, I will do just a little short plug. My website is euphonium.com. That's a web store that hosts, I think we're over 1,000 titles for euphonium and tuba. Music, sorry, trombone players, we really only have a few transcriptions that euphonium and tuba players steal, but you can find PDF samples there. You can also find printed copies and PDF downloads of the game of practice, and you can pre-order the art of practice. And I hope it's a great resource for you as far as being a euphonium tuba player. Yeah, I hope this has been very, very clear for you. And I know we're going to take some questions from people. So if you're watching live, make sure to type those into the chat on whatever platform that you're on, and the team will forward them to me, and then we'll go through as many as we can in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, so the first question that we have on here are, what are some of your tips for sight reading?
Sight reading. Ooh, I love sight reading. Okay, so here's the thing that you want to understand about sight reading is that it's the second most important skill after your fundamentals. So tips for sight reading. Most people struggle rhythmically. So I sort of basically have 4 steps that I do with sight reading. Number one, I count the rhythm. Number two, I play the rhythm just on one note. So a lot of times I like to pick a middle F, but I will just literally play that rhythm just on a middle F. The third step that I do is either valves only or slide only, where I go through one time and I just work on the valve work or the slide work and trying to make sure that I hear the clicking of the valves, or if I video that I can see that the slide is moving in time. And then the fourth thing that I do is that I actually play and sight read through the etude or the solo. And the purpose of this long process is that we want to reinforce rhythm, and then timing of the technique, and then putting it all together. Most of the time, and this is sort of goes along with that game of practice concept, is that you can't win against a lot of enemies. Like if you're trying to combat complex rhythms, complex dynamics, different accidentals, it's going to be difficult. So by drilling down to make sure that you can count the rhythm, then play the rhythm on one note, move valves or slide in proper time, and then put it all together, it's going to make it dramatically better. You're also going to build up your rhythmic vocabulary. That's an important word that I like to use, or phrase, is that if you're comfortable seeing lots of rhythms and you learn them really well, you won't have an issue when they show up again in the future. So again, that 4-step process: count the rhythm, play it on one note, valves only or slide only, and then play the whole excerpt together.
So the next question is, you have a lot of instruments behind you. Can you go through some of them?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll show you a couple of these real quick. So first of all, I am a Yamaha performing artist. So I definitely like my Yamaha 842 TS. That's my primary instrument, and I actually own 2 of those. That's one of them. The other cool thing that I have right over here this is, I believe, a 1928 King 5-valve double bell euphonium, which is a really cool thing, and it smells really old. But it's a lot of fun, and it's an antique. This is a phenomenal new tuba. This is a new Yamaha 4-quarter C tuba. I think the model number is 623, I believe. But this, there's only 4 of these in the US right now, and I don't think there's too many more than that in the world. But it is fantastic, phenomenal, and I'm happy to have it for another couple of days before it gets shipped off to a major symphony player here in the US. But if you're a tuba player, this is a fabulous instrument. Let me go grab some of the other fun ones from the back. This one is really, really dirty. I apologize. It's a 5-valve German tenor horn, baritone horn, made by Mirvil. It's fantastic. A little bit smaller bore than a euphonium, and really fantastic to play like Mahler Symphony 7, Strauss's Don Quixote, and some fun little German repertoire. So anyway, beautiful instrument. We grab my other one. The best part about this is that my wife always asks me why I have all these different instruments. because I don't play them all that much. But today I'm hitting for the grand slam for the cycle, and I'll be like, Janet, I got to show them to all the people at the festival, so it's no problem. This is a 1924 Kahn double bell euphonium. It's got gold inlay on the bells, okay, and great hand etching here. This is on the cover of my first solo CD. Listen to this, and anyway, it's great fun. The tuning is a little bit suspect, but it's a lot of fun through there. I'll maybe grab a mouthpiece and demonstrate it for you. This is another little cool bass trumpet in C that I have that's really quite aggressive and a lot of fun to play. And then I have a real English baritone. It's a Yamaha also, but this is a 3-valve compensating, and it's a lot of fun. My 7-year-old daughter actually just started playing it last week. We had the International Euphonium Tuba Festival, the IET Festival, and like I said, we had like 150 people here. We had Helen Harrelson, who plays with Fountain City Brass Band. She came to the festival and got both my daughter motivated about playing baritone, and then also my friend Jason Casanova, his daughter. They formed the IET Baritone Club with the girls. And anyway, if you're on Facebook, if you follow me on Facebook or Instagram, we posted a picture last week. Anyway, it's sweet and charming. And that's the baritone horn there. And then I have 2 other tubas back there. I've got a C tuba that's my university's that I've used until I get my Yamaha 623 in September or August. And then I have a Curath F tuba that was my teacher's, that has great sentimental value to me. He passed away in 2000. His name was David Randolph. And it was basically the prototype for the Wilson F tubas now and stuff. So, but here's the double bell euphonium. It's not incredibly in tune, but it's fun and charming for the audience. So hope that gives you at least a little bit of a tour of all the things in the office.
So the next question is obviously something a lot of students struggle with, is being able to play loud and still maintaining a good tone quality with it. So what's your top strategy for balancing volume and tone?
So there's a couple of interesting concepts on this, and you're exactly right, is that we constantly want to learn how to play loud, but then we also have all these teachers tell us, don't play with a blatty sound, or don't play overly aggressive. And so sorry, this is going to sound like a bad sales presentation, but it says, I need bigger louds and smaller softs. And this is a huge issue for a lot of people because they don't know how to practice it. And I had a trumpet player friend one time who told me something. He said, as far as high notes, he says, everybody asks me about high notes. I said, what people need to understand is that high notes, like today's squeak is tomorrow's high note. And so this particular exercise, it's as far as expanding your louds and softs, what you sort of notice here is that we've got this exercise here then with the triple forte, is it's what I call an extended tone quality, one that is stretching limits and is meant to go beyond a quality sound. Okay, this is code for bad sound in an effort to expand a player's dynamic spectrum. So like the idea is that most of the time we're looking for those good sounds, but you can't get loud until it has a little bit of a bad sound. And so here's a graphical analysis of it out of Audacity. And one thing that you can see, number one, you can see the 5 different dynamic levels based on how high everything is. But you can see where the first 3 notes are really, really stable. And what I mean by that is you can look at the edge at the top up here, that it doesn't change a lot. You can sort of see on the fortissimo where there's a couple little bumps on the edges, okay? And this note will sound totally fine to an audience member. Like the detail that you hear on this this picks up is dramatic. But you can see on this last one, it says, and you can read it up here, an unstable extended note that has a variety of bumps because it's really loud. You can see where the chops and the sound aren't balancing out, okay? And what you want to do is make sure that you're working on these extended dynamics outside of band class or outside of your teacher's room and stuff. It really needs to be a place where you're extending and working on it by yourself. But know that it's going to be a bad loud sound before it's going to be a good loud sound, and that you've got to sort of try and make sure that that's a priority. Okay, cool. Hi, would you like to say hello to our friends from around the world? I didn't lock my office door, but I had the door closed. But are you going to learn and play euphonium sometime, Barrett?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Can I finish my class? Those of you that don't know, that was a peek into the real world. So this is how it works sometimes when you have kids. Sorry about that.
Okay, so yeah, so last question we have before we let you go. That would be, what is a good practice method in order to tongue faster and get down double and triple tonguing?
Oh, okay. Well, so that's 2 questions. But as far as tonguing faster, is that you want to work on things in an intelligent way. And my concept of learning about fast tonguing is that you want to make sure that you can get 2 articulations really quickly before you try and get 3 articulations really quickly, and 3 articulations really quickly before you do 4 articulations really quickly. And so in this particular spot, by the way, again, I'm not trying to be a bad salesman or anything like that, but I'm sort of like, hey, I wrote this book because one of the things that it helps me is that I can sit here. I can sit here and get into, open up to a different set of exercises that make it really clearly. Like, I'm sure you've all had different teachers along the way that they're sort of like, they hand write out different exercises for you. And what really happens, sorry, I'm trying to find the right page. I'm looking for page 40. There it is. Yeah, so this is a burst exercise. And what it basically is about is making sure that the tongue is moving very quickly and very lightly. And I like to use the word rebounding off the airstream. But if you can't get it to really be great on just 2 notes, like what happens here with the 32nd and double dotted eighth, then it's not going to magically get better. But you want to work on having 2 notes really fast, and then 3 notes really fast, 4 notes really fast, and then 5 notes really fast, okay? And then the multiple tonguing, double and triple tonguing, this is going to sound really stupid, okay? And this will be in the next book when I get my next grant from my university. It's for book 3. But the main point that you want to understand about multiple tonguing is that you have to get balance between the front articulation and the back articulation. But yet, and I like math, but yet, how often have you been using the front articulation in your life? I don't know, 95, 98% of the time. Meanwhile, the back articulation has been underutilized. So my first line of defense on multiple tonguing is to tell students, work specifically just on that back attack, just working on ka, 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 or if you happen to use a ga articulation, just work on that ga and make it look just like the front articulation so that it's really, really successful. And when you've got the front attack and the back attack really even, then they're going to mesh and form a really great double or triple tonguing. So I know that's like a real quick answer, but I know we're real close to the end of class and stuff like that. So I just wanted to give at least a couple little bit of tidbits.
Yeah. So that's all we have, everyone. And thank you to Frey for joining today. And
yeah, thank you to you, to all the leadership team there for the Low Brass Network and the International Brass Festival. You guys are doing a great job, and I fully support your mission and really enthused about what you're doing. So keep up the great work and continue doing wonderful things, both educationally and professionally, in a way to help us all succeed. And please feel free. If you have further questions, you can always reach out to me at adam@euphonium.com. And to the team there, thank you very, very much. And it's not going to be really interesting, like a big round of applause, but I'll give you a round of applause here as we finish this class for all the efforts that you guys have done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we're gonna have the Eastman Trombone Choir playing the oh, the Eastman Trombone Choir played its first concert in 1941 and is founded by the school's legendary trombone professor Emery Remington. The trombone choir is the longest continuing serving ensemble in Eastman's 100-year history. It holds the distinction of being the first such circular ensemble at an American school of music or university. Upon Mr. Remington's passing in 1971, Donald Knobb took over as professor of trombone, conducting the group until John Marcellus came to Eastman faculty in 1978. After a distinguished 36 years tenure at the school, Dr. Marcellus retired, turning the group over to its current conductors, Professors Larry Zalkin and Mark Kellogg. Originally formed as a vehicle to promote and support pedagogical ideas that were originally shared in weekly lessons, the ensembles also serve as an important laboratory for current and former students to try their hands at composing and arranging. The Eastman Trombone Choir has performed at numerous meetings of the International Trombone Festival and the Eastman Trombone Workshop, as well as venues across upstate New York, Canada, Germany, and Holland.
And today they're going to be partnering up with the Morris Trombone Institute. And they're going to be
welcome and thank you so much for coming and for just being here. Thanks to everybody watching on the live stream, and we're just thrilled to be here today. We've got a great concert lined up. That was, of course, the Toccata and Fugue by J.S. Bach, and bet you haven't heard it with that many trombones before. So that was arranged by my teacher, Ralph Sauer, a great trombone player, great teacher, and great person, and he's done a lot of arranging. And I really like that arrangement. So I have a little story about the next piece, and it's just going to take just a second for me to tell it. I really wanted to tell this story. This O Magnum by Lawrence, it's very famous. Everybody knows about this piece, but I didn't realize the connection that I had to this piece. So let's go back 100 years, and I'm 18 years old. And I get a job to play in this. There was an audition for this community orchestra, and I got in this orchestra. And as second trombone, I was sitting between these two great trombone players, a great first player, John Daly, and a great bass player, Alan Johnson. And I really just learned how to play in a section. I was so young, and we started getting called to do other things. And I got called, I'd just show up and they'd be there. And it was just such a thrill to work with them. And all of a sudden, we get this call to go to the St. Charles of Borromeo church, Catholic church. I lived in Los Angeles. It was in the San Fernando Valley. It was right down the street from my house. It was on Moore Park. And I go to this church, and I could just tell there was a different environment in this church. It was such a great environment. And this guy gets up to conduct, and this choir starts to sing. I'd never heard anything like this in my life. It was an incredible choir. And the conductor was amazing. His name was Paul Solomonovich. And he was just conducting in this North Hollywood Catholic church. And I kept saying to the guys, you can believe this? And it was like, yeah, we played with him for years, and we know him. So he ended up becoming the conductor and music director of the LA Master Chorale, but that was after I had already left LA. He became very famous. So now let's hold that thought a second, and let me go back to when I was 17 years old, and I started at USC, and I had a theory teacher whose name was Skip. And Skip was the coolest guy. He had long hair, he had a beard. I was so impressed with this guy, and he was my theory teacher for 2 years, and I loved him. And it turned out that my theory teacher's real name was Morton Lauritsen. And Morton Lauritsen, when I saw him at the Kennedy Center Awards getting that award from President Obama, I was so proud. But now there's a YouTube video, and if you guys go on YouTube and watch this, you'll see that Morton Lauritsen is talking about how he composed this piece. And he talks about his deceptive cadences and how he goes about it. And at the end he says, and I sealed up the envelope and I sent it off to Paul Solomonovich. And then I realized that I had connections to this piece in many ways. It's a gorgeous piece of music, and that was a long story. I'm not sure how worth it was, but this is the O Magnum. Now I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Dr. Calvin Morris, Jr. and his Morris Institute. I heard this group play at Music for All in Indianapolis, and they just blew me away. I mean, these are high school kids basically, but there are a couple of middle school and a couple of early college, but this is a very young group, and their musical sophistication is something that's just, I just decided we needed to get this group here. So we were all set, and then COVID hit and we couldn't travel, and it's been years, but they are finally here. Calvin Morris is an incredible person, an incredible conductor, and he's an inspirational coach to these kids. So I'm going to have them come out now, and I'll introduce Calvin, and he will talk about what he's going to do.
Good evening, Rochester Eastman School of Music. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Calvin Lewis Morris, Jr., and in front of you is the Morris Trombone Institute. And this goes back to 2018 when we met Dr. Zalkin at Music for All in Indianapolis with Stevenson High School. And he gave us amazing clinicians for 3 days, and we just were so excited. He invited us, and COVID happened, and he called us again and made it happen. He was like, "Hey, you guys still trying to come to Eastman?" And we was like, "Of course we're trying to come to Eastman, of course." And what you have in front of you is pretty much, I play trombone as well, and everything I learned, I instill in them. So it's a very, learning is a spiral. It's very circular. We go around and around. So each one teach one is to learn, and to teach is to learn twice. So we just learn. We just all practicing every day. The first song was Apogee Fanfare. Dedicate that to my professor who trained me up at UGA, Dr. Bynum. The next piece will be Salvation is Created, which is a familiar piece, which is also a spiritual piece, just like O Magnum was for Eastman, the second song, so that's cool. I want you guys to think about salvation is created. We can't talk about salvation without speaking about grace. So as you think about and you listen to this song, just think about how God has given you grace for whatever you have done in your life and as you go forward. Thank you. Our next piece is Oblivion. It's a nice, fun little tacos and, avocado song. A little lime juice, if you know what I'm talking about. It'd be featuring one of our section leaders in the high school, Nathan and Santiago, two of my high schoolers. By the way, this group is, there's 7th graders through college students in this group. So there's a lot of learning going on early. We're trying to reach the students early on trombone and get that good sound in their ear. And we appreciate Eastman Trombone Choir giving it to us on the first 2 songs. And yeah, the kids are inspired. We're all inspired, and we're excited to go back home to Atlanta and teach some more and play some more. So we thank you again. Without further ado, Oblivion. Huge shout out to Nathan, who played first trombone. He was knocked out all day. Okay, our next piece. I was taught in school, my professor was like, okay, we have to have, trombone players have to make great relationships with composers so we can have music to play. And my great friend, colleague, Marie Douglas, I told her, I was like, oh, the trombones are going to Eastman this upcoming fall, and we need a piece to play. And she said, oh, I can come up with something for you. And she was like, what you thinking? I was like, you know, something that will remind them of us. And today we have a piece called Joyful and Thunderous Noise, which is based off of a little gospel in the African-American community. You'll hear some harmonies in there. And we use this piece to continue to talk about the singing style on the trombone, and it will be available for trombone choirs everywhere to play after today. This will be the first time you hear a joyful and thunderous noise composed by Marie Douglas for the Morris Trombone Institute. Hopefully you guys enjoy this piece. Okay, our next piece, I would like to dedicate to all my colleagues that went to undergrad with me at Florida A&M University, my historically black college and university. This song is very special to us because our band director, our first band director who created our program, Dr. William P. Foster. This was the song we played every day for warm-up. This is the song that we played, the last song we played at the football games on Saturday night, college Saturday night. It's the last song we played on Saturday nights. This is the song we played when he passed at his funeral. This is the song we played on the football field when we did a tribute to him, and it's a song that we still play at the end of every game. I would like to dedicate this song to my Florida A&M colleagues that supported me. I also like to dedicate this song to everyone who donated to make sure that this group traveled here to Rochester, New York. All the parents, all the family members, all the friends who called to say, hey, we got $300 for you. Hey, we're gonna put $500 in there. Hey, we have $5. What do you need? I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Professor Dr. Zalkin, for making sure this happened for us. And thank you guys for showing up. Give you a round of applause for yourself for coming out tonight. We, in hopes and prayer to continue this great relationship with Eastman, it's only going to grow our community and yours. So we can continue to do things of this nature. And without further ado, Elsa's procession to the cathedral.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
If you're renting this, you're paying for this. Save your money for music and own with Overture and enjoy our unique buyback program. Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
We're lucky to have some great TAs for our trombone studio. That was Tyler Ricks, who just conducted the Nellie Bell piece. He's a second-year DMA student, and we just try and give our DMA students a chance to conduct on these concerts, and he just did a great job. Now, sometimes you feel like you're in the movie Groundhog Day because we're always saying goodbye to the seniors and the freshmen come in, and it's the same now. So we like to feature the seniors in a solo of some kind, and this piece has a beautiful second movement with all kinds of solos, and we're going to feature our 4 graduating seniors. We have some grad students that are leaving, and we'll feature them in the spring concert, so you have to come back. But let me just tell you about them. Michael Rooney is a music education and a music performance major. He's a wonderful player. I know it because multiple people, when I've been doing the castings for who plays in what ensemble, they say to me, "Can I play with Michael Rooney in a section?" And that just says something about how you make others sound good, and that means you're really good. So, Michael Rooney. Wayne Kreml is a remarkable story, and he's a remarkable player. But when he started, he didn't play so well. He came to me to take lessons, and he wanted to know what he needed to improve, and I sent him an email with like 50 things on it. And he came back and he did all, this is when he was in high school, I gave him another email with 50 things on it, and he did all that. And he's turned into a hell of a player. He's a great person, a great guy, and I'm very proud of him. Wayne Kreml. Chase Farrell is just a great, to give you an example of how good he is, he did his senior recital, which was one of the best that I've heard at Eastman here. He played alto trombone, bass trombone, and tenor on the same recital. He's just got so much strength and so much finesse at the same time. I expect to hear things about him as the time goes on. Chase Farrell. Our last is Chris Clark. And when Chris auditioned to come to school here, he was the best, he remains the best freshman player I've ever had. And that year, he won the American Trombone, he won an international competition his first year. And he has had some obstacles to overcome, and he's done a great job. He's done it with grace and dignity. And I'm very proud of him that he's actually graduating now. And he's a tremendous player and a tremendous person, Chris Clark. So you will hear these guys in this piece, and this is the Jacob Octet for trombone choir. Gordon Jacob. As I said, we have some great TAs, and I'd like to introduce Ben George to you. He is our trombone choir TA of all things, and he makes the choir work. If he doesn't do it, we don't function. And he's just a super nice guy, a great bass trombone player, and he's a really great player. And when he started conducting the trombone ensemble for the first time, I said, "How do you conduct with such comfort and so well?" He said, "Well, I've done, school band for 5 years or whatever." So he's really experienced at it. Anyway, I'd like to introduce Ben, and he's going to introduce his next piece.
Okay, I was really worried about the microphone. That was step one, so I passed that, so whew, sweat. No, thanks to Larry and Mark for allowing me to be trombone choir TA. I'm from Southwest Oklahoma. If you put your hand like this and you put your hand on the corner, that's where I'm from. I'm literally right on the border of Texas, so the dream come true to be at the Eastman School of Music, and I couldn't thank them enough for being here. Also, shout out to the Morris Trombone Institute. Weren't they amazing? Yeah. Wow. Such great stuff. Yeah, just to be in that community, that's amazing. That's amazing. We are performing Stephen Sondheim's Send in the Clowns. I picked it for a couple of reasons. Well, actually three. A couple is two, so three. One, it sounds amazing. Two, Stephen Sondheim passed away almost a year to the day. He passed away November 26, 2021, and I think my watch says it's the 21st, so unless my watch is a liar, then almost a year to the day. This comes from his musical A Little Knight's Dream from 1973, and it's about, it comes in Act 2, and it's about Desiree and her sort of movement through life, and she's, wants to be with this man, but this man is like in another marriage with some other woman, and then so she can't have him, and he keeps saying, "No, I'm committed to this lady," and then at the end he's like, "Okay, I'm ready for you," and then she's like, "No." So yeah, it's quite funny, but Send in the Clowns comes from the sort of idea that like when a show is going bad, okay, send in the clowns and that'll save the show. And he didn't want to write Send in the Fools because he didn't think it had as good of a catch to it. So that's the second reason. And third, my trombone professor in my undergrad, I guess this should be known as the tribute concert. Dr. Irv Wagner, who's an alum of Eastman, studied with Emory Remington and got his master's in 1961 and his doctorate in 1968. He took me under his wing. I had a really, really hard time in my undergrad, and basically now, like, I call him my grandpa, and he's like my kid's honorary grandpa, so it's just amazing. And he arranged this, and it's just the best piece of music that I could think to ever do with the Eastman Trombone Choir, so full circle, if you want to talk about that circular teaching, yeah. So I hope you enjoy. Thank you.
afraid we're at the end of our concert, and thank you all so much for being here. It is a great thrill. Thanks to the Morris Trombone Institute for a thrilling and inspirational concert, and to Dr. Morris for just great work. I need to thank a few people for the support. The admissions office was a big supporter of this. The Institute for Equity and Inclusion, the Walker Center, was very instrumental in this, as was the Institute for Music Leadership, the Music Teaching and Learning Department, and the Brass, Winds, and Percussion Department. All funded us and helped us make this possible. So thank you. And it was just such a pleasure to work with this group. We hope to have them back at another time. And now I have the honor to introduce to you Mr. Quentin Goins. He is the music teacher for Stevenson High School, and we've combined for this last piece. And honestly, it's an honor to have him come out. He is the most passionate, dedicated teacher that you could ever imagine. And he talks for a minute, you realize the kind of interest he has in his students. And I'm just thrilled to invite him up here to conduct. So let me introduce to you Mr. Quentin Goins.
Thank you very much. That was a nice ride with that many trombones right at once. That was a lot of fun. We'd like to give a lot of thank yous really quick to Professor Larry Zalking for even thinking of putting this together. This has been something in the works since 2018, as he shared with you from the Music for All National Music Festival. And we really appreciate his diligence, even at times when we had kind of given up on the idea of being able to make the trip to Eastman. Professor Zalking was very, very persistent, and here we are. So we're really thankful for those, for Professor Zalking. Thank you very much. And all of the people that he reached out to here at Eastman, there were many committees that kind of partnered with Professor Zalking to get us here. We're thankful for Dr. Sellers Battle and her Office of Equity and Inclusion and all the hospitality they provided for us on yesterday and throughout our trip. For the Eastman students, they've been nothing but wonderful, and the professors that we've been with this weekend. So it's been a really, really exposing idea to our students to some of the highest level of music education in the world here at the Eastman School of Music. So we're truly, truly appreciative. We'd like to make thanks to all of our donors back home, all the people that donated to help get us here. We'd like to make a special thanks to the Stevenson High School Band Boosters Incorporated. We could not do it without you, the parents that came with us. Parents, if you can stand and wave your hands, just the parents. We couldn't do this without parental support. And all of the parents, those are a few of the parents, and all of the parents back home. We hear about arts education and the things that go along in arts education. We have a very supportive administrative team back home. Principal Michael Jones and his administrative team gives us space and opportunity for arts to flourish. At our school, even though we're just your regular neighborhood school, we're not an art school, a magnet school. We have all of the arts represented. We have band, we have orchestra, we have chorus, we have dance, we have drama, and we have visual art, all housed in one building. And so in our school, it's lucky we have a pipe organ in our school. And so it's one of those things, arts lives really well at Stevenson High School, and we're happy for that. And last but not least, the person that put this all together, we couldn't have it without our low brass guru, our low brass specialist, who you've seen with the Morris Trombone Institute. Let's give a really big round of applause for Dr. Calvin Lewis Morris Jr. So I hope I didn't miss anyone back home. Thank you to all the families, my family personally, to all of the families of the Stevenson High School Jaguar family, and thank you to everyone here at the Eastman School of Music for making this day actually come to fruition for these students. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to Dr. Calvin Lewis Morris Jr.
Thank you to the Eastman Trombone Choir and the Morris Trombone Institute. With that, day one of the first annual International Low Brass Festival now concludes. So everyone, feel free to watch us back anytime on our channel at Low Brass Network. Also, if you're interested in joining any of the Low Brass Network programs, you can sign up at tinyurl.com/LBNinterest. Make sure to show up at 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow for day 2 of the festival and 8 a.m. the day after. Thank you.